and an honor to join this UTC session and to see all the familiar faces and also new ones. Again, thank you for making time to be a part of this UTC. I think it comes at a time when urban issues are really at the core of discussions around climate adaptation, which of course continues to be a topical agenda in global development. And today we have quite a number of panelists, quite distinguished in their own spheres of influence. We have Jack Campbell-Close, who is working with KDI. He's a landscape architect, and he will take us through sustainable infrastructure needs for majority of the citizens, if you will. And then we also have Chris Cost. Chris is the Africa Program Director at ITDP. And then we have Dennis Wakaba, who is an urban planner and e-mobility expert with Rome Electric. We also have Cyprino Dada, again another planner, and also an executive director of Critical Mass Nairobi. Also happy to have Juliet Rita, again an urban planner and network coordinator of Africa Network for Walking and Cycling. And lastly, we have Tafik Balala, who is a CEC, County Executive Committee member in charge of transport, infrastructure, and public works at Mombasa County.
Hi, Mark.
Hi.
Before you proceed, just before we head into the session, we wanted to do a short exercise and also to do a recap of day 2. We also have 2 amazing keynote speakers with us today. We have the president of IFLA, that's the International Federation of Landscape Architects, and we have the president of the Uganda Society of Architects, who will be joining us. So before I even introduce that, I would, yes, that would be the day for today. So we will start with the recap of day 2. And then after the recap for day 2, we will be moving on to number 1, keynote speech from Dr. Emmanuel Ssinabulya, that is the Uganda Society of Architects president. Then we will also be having a keynote speech from Dr. Bruno Marque, who is the IFLA president, International Federation of Landscape Architects. Then we will be moving into now the 6th session, which is the second last session of the Urban Thinkers Campus on management of urban mobility. Then after that session, we will have our last session, which is the Adaptation and Resilience in Urban Development, which will be moderated by landscape architect Ruth Wanjiku. And then finally, we will have our closing ceremony, including a call to action, summarizing what has been discussed in our UTC, which will be done by the UTC convener. So as we start our day, I would like us to just engage our audience in a short exercise, which will sort of set the tone for the day. Let me share my screen. So on my screen here, we have like a sort of game that compiles all that we want to discuss today. Today, we will be looking at climate change, we will be looking at urban mobility, we will be looking at open spaces, we will be looking at our cities, and what does it mean when we say our cities are sustainable? Therefore, I'd like to request all our participants to engage us. The link will be shared shortly in the chat box to engage us in the conversation. Actually, the link has already been shared. So the idea of the game is, once you get the link, just press on the link, then you can join in as a guest. So I'll wait to see a few more arrows before we proceed. So the game is what, where, when. So we would like to know, okay, I can see people are joining. I can see you, Dr. Bruno. Yes, I can see you, Jack has joined. So the idea is, what can you do as the first line? What can you do as a person to reduce climate change? The second line, we ask you, where did you last go and what transport mode did you use? The third section may ask you, when did you last visit a public space? Which one? Then we also want to know, what is your dream destination? We just want to get a picture of what cities and towns do most of us think are ideal destinations that look better. And then lastly, what is a sustainable city in your opinion? So once you join, many of you have joined as guests. I was buying time so that you can join in. At the top of your screen, you can click the sticky note icon. Once you click the sticky note icon, pick a sticky note of a color of your choosing, then place it anywhere you want to respond. So for instance, I've picked a sticky note and I would like to respond to the question of, where did I last go and what mode of transport did I use? So I can already just input in it. So for instance, I went to work. That's on Ngong Road. Mode of transport, I used a matatu and Nduthi. For those who are not from around, Nduthi is a motorbike to get to my final destination of work. So yeah, just pick and fill it in. So as we fill it in, I'll also be taking you through a recap of, I'll just stop sharing a bit so that I can take you a recap of day 2. So this is the last day of the Urban Thinkers Campus. On the first day, we talked about urban planning. What are the challenges faced? Then we talked about the silver bullet, actually in urban planning. What is that magic pill? What is that magic thing that can be done? And we got recommendations from various actors. We had a well-constituted panel from private sector, public sector, community, and we got a mixed bag of responses, and that ended our day 1, which also laid base for day 2. On the day 2 of the Urban Thinkers Campus, we talked about resilient urban housing and the nexus between health and housing. I just want to briefly take you through the discussions. Our first speaker for the day on day 2 was sorry, just waiting for my screen to load, was Professor Alfred Omenya, who talked about why houses in Kenya and Africa at large are unaffordable and what can be done. So for why are houses in Kenya unaffordable, he mentioned the high cost of land in our cities, high cost of professional fees, government fees are high. Number 4, he talked about the crowded value chain with markup labor of up to 20% and also cost of material up to 20%, increasing the cost of developing housing, high material costs, cement and steel. We've had quite rough years ahead of us. First came the COVID-19 pandemic, then came the Russia-Ukraine conflict in a world where we're already grappling with climate change. So all this destabilizing global markets, bringing everything to a halt and also increasing prices are some of the major things contributing to. And lastly, he spoke on necessary charges that constitute more than 50% of the cost of an affordable house. For this, how can we achieve affordable housing? Solutions and recommendations given was strict zoning for affordable housing areas to ward off speculation. He talked of mass design of low-income areas and the use of type plans to encourage, type plans will be encouraged as opposed to commissioning individual consultants on a house-by-house basis. Government waiving approval fees for affordable housing is also a recommendation. Our 4th recommendation is to train and allow accredited funders or otherwise contractors to build these homes, train and allow funders who are artisans to build these homes as opposed to contractors. Then he talked of the use of locally available materials, and lastly, eliminating unnecessary costs. That was our first speaker. Our second speaker for the day was Mr. Titus Kaluki, who is the program coordinator at Frederick Ebert Stiftung. He was speaking on resilient homes and elements. So he spoke on what really does resilient home look at. It's broad and it encompasses many areas, from the quality of building materials used, if the housing structure is sound, looking at the foundation, walls, windows, and everything, Is it close to essential utilities, water, energy, waste management, adequate sanitation and materials? Speaking of the source of materials, where do you get the materials? Are they locally sourced? Therefore, working towards climate action, and the policy and regulatory framework, and also the financial providers. Then we moved on to architect Emma Miloyo, who is the co-founder of Design Source and also the immediate former, also one of the past presidents of AK, that's us, the Architectural Association of Kenya, which was quite an interesting presentation from Emma, who was looking at cost of owning versus renting a house, taking us down memory lane and just looking at the history of affordable housing in our countries, and also how capitalism and socialism comes into the picture. She spoke on looking at how different countries are structured and the different cultures of different countries. For instance, looking at US and the Britain, they have they are capitalist countries. Therefore, by virtue of us being colonized by the British, we inherited the culture that they gave us, hence inheriting the capitalist lands when looking at affordable housing. Hence the pull from renting houses and having government provision of houses to people owning their own houses. Yes, driving the ownership journey and all that. We also looked at, she also spoke on just looking at the history of our cities and looking at the cropping up of informal settlements, comparing what we had in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, where most of the informal settlements we have right now were not in existence. And those that were even in existence, such as Majengo, had a community type system where they would take care of each other, and also provision of infrastructure, which is something we don't see right now. Also adding that looking at the economic stand of different countries also contributes to how we view and look at affordable housing. So finalizing, talking about we have an obsession with home ownership that we should rethink and focus more on how people live. Is there infrastructure? Are there necessary utilities available? Are they, is it accessible? Is it inclusive? Is it for everyone? Basically, is it resilient and sustainable? And then that was, those are just a bit of highlights from our first session. Then we moved on to our second session, where we looked at the nexus between health and homes. We also had a great set of speakers. Our first speaker was Dr. Mohamed Gambo from Shelter Afrique, who spoke on how housing should not be a standalone pillar. Housing is all well-rounded. It is not only domiciled in one SDG, that is on sustainable cities and communities, SDG 11, but should cut across from no poverty all the way to the partnership for the goals, which is from the first to the last SDG. Also speaking on what are some of the challenges that are faced in housing by most of African countries, despite the right to housing being in most African countries' constitutions. Some of them are availability of housing, the affordability, the accessibility, and security of tenure. And possible solutions suggested were, as I mentioned earlier, looking at housing as a whole. Looking at housing as a whole housing finance value chain. It is not a standalone. Understanding the needs to be met. Also, land regulation in our countries, looking at the laws and policies. Number 3, access to infrastructure and basic services. And then understanding the role of subsidies. Can governments incentivize affordable housing to entice different stakeholders to join in? Improving access to mortgage finance. So how can we make mortgage finance, how can we increase awareness about it? How can we deepen it and have more people interested? Talked about still picking up from what speakers from the different sessions are saying, moving away from home ownership and looking at rental as a solution, and also sustainability. Talked of the need for more advocacy and also localizing affordable housing, and also need to benchmark and find out what are other countries doing and what lessons can we learn from them. Then we had a presentation from architect Eta Madete, who currently works at Build X, talking about inclusive designs and buildings. She looked at it from two perspectives, from the macro and micro, from the micro and macro factors that affect inclusivity, looking at it from an interesting exercise she gave us. So as you look around where you're seated right now, as you look at how you came into where you're seated right now, if you were disabled, partially disabled, or if you were hurt, would you still be able to access the same space and access the same area? Challenging us to look at accessibility not only as something that affects persons living with disability, but looking at it from an all-rounded perspective, because it affects our physical health, mental health. It correlates to our spirituality, how we view spaces, and how comfortable we are. She also threw a challenge to professionals on board. Can we do what we preach? For instance, for her right now, she is currently spearheading an affordable housing program. And in the affordable housing program, it looks at how do we build and design from a gender lens? How do we include women and marginalized groups as part of the design process and part of the build process? And how do we ensure our sites can also accommodate them? How do we ensure that our sites are also inclusive and accommodating? Which was a very beautiful presentation from her and also very challenging to all of us. Then we had a presentation from our very able Vice President, Madam Architect Florence Nyole. So Architect Florence Nyole talked about the COVID-19 pandemic and how it related to housing. One day, we were looking at other countries and laughing at other countries, thinking that we were immune. The next day, on morning in March, we saw our CS Health announcing the statistics, and everything just sort of stopped. So when everything stopped, the home became the first line of defense, with clarion calls for stay home, officers work instituting stay home and all that. We had government responses as curfews and all that. But the thing is, were homes safe? That was the question. So she also talked about part of AAK's work and what we did during the COVID-19 pandemic and what our response was. So one of the things was to do, one of the things we did was an assessment study just to find out how the COVID-19 affected housing in informal settlements. We looked at 12 informal settlements in the Nairobi metropolitan area. And our findings reveal that COVID-19 really showed the underbelly of the housing crisis in our country, as most people could not adhere to the rules and regulations of the government. For instance, such as constantly washing your hands, understanding that water and sanitation in informal settlements is not the same as other areas. So there was no water to constantly wash hands. Yes, and also looking at, since things were closed, schools were closed, people had to go home. It led to overcrowding, therefore making social distance very, very difficult. So from this, AAK is currently working on what we're calling Healthy Homes Guidelines and Checklist, which was an opening to our next presentation done by Hida Khan, who is the program officer in the JBCC, Joint Build and Construction Council, talking about healthy homes design. So from our study, we were able to sit down in conjunction with Habitat for Humanity International and just think about, okay, so what would a healthy home look like? Why do we need healthy homes? So from this, we identified 15 areas that we felt like if looked at, they would result into healthy homes. And the idea about the booklet is that it cuts across. It is not only for professionals, but also it's simplified enough that it can be accessed and used by the common mwananchi, the MEs who are not necessarily built industry professionals, and also still at the same time can be used by professionals and can also target policy. And then finally, we had we got to hear architect George Arabu speak. He is currently the chair of the architects chapter at AK, who spoke on the role of professionals in achieving decent housing. Some of the challenges he cited: at the moment, there's very minimal involvement by professionals in projects, an estimate of 20%. Talking about many times when we look at affordable housing projects, we start from what materials do we need? Where do we get the materials? Where do we get labor? Then we look at government levies, and then finally we look at professionals, making them a cost instead of them being an important part of the process, instead of us looking for professionals first. So some of the things he talks about is how can professionals come on board to assist in the process? Can we get more professionals in government? Can we get more professionals to actually preach and practice what they do? Citing an example of architect Etta, who is a firm advocate of inclusive designs and is now currently running an inclusive affordable housing scheme, which is quite impressive and will be shared in our report when we finalize the report of the UTC. So that is broad strokes and highlights of some of the presentations and some of the speakers we had in our day 2. And yeah, so before I hand over to our keynote speeches, just wanting to have a quick look at what we have managed to put on our board and just find out who do we have in the room, where do you want to go, how did you travel, and how do you want to contribute to climate change? All right. So I will be sharing my screen shortly. Okay, so here we have it. So what can you do as a person to reduce climate change? So we have walk and cycle, plant more trees and reduce GHG emission, walk and recycle, reuse and recycle, fly less or not at all, mindful of how food is consumed in my house to reduce wastage, live nearer to essential services to enable my household to walk more, only use motorized modes when necessary, plant more trees. Amen, me too. Reuse, repurpose, and recycle more, yes. Walk and cycle more, demand more action from those who represent me. I also agree. What is the legal and policy framework around climate change? Are the laws, are they being implemented as is? And then on the second bit, where did you last go and what transport mode did you use? To the office, matatu and walking, to work, matatu and walking, to the office, matatu and bike, to the supermarket last evening, then walked to kids' school this morning. Yeah, I'm gonna show off, but that's good. Work, electric bike, motorbike to Kibra, then to office, personal car to the office, went to a meeting using a bicycle, meeting, personal car, cycle to the office, meeting, personal car. Now, I'm sure I'm not the only one noticing there's a very big controversy between what we want to do to reduce climate change and actually what is happening in our second line. Most of us are talking about we want to walk more, but when we look at our second space, we see that actually most of us are using our personal cars, are using motorized bikes, we're using matatus, and maybe that's something that can be discussed further. Is it the state of our roads? Is it infrastructure? To be discussed further. Then when did you last visit a public space and which one? So 2 weeks ago, Hilton Square. I have not visited a public space in a while. Okay. I pass Karura every day. 2 days ago, Ian Galloway Dog Park in Wellington, New Zealand. I'm just going to assume the end side is New Zealand. It has been a minute. Last visited Arboretum City Park last week Ngong Forest, a month ago Arboretum, Karura last month, last Saturday at Jivanji Gardens, August 17th, Memorial Park yesterday. So it's been a while actually since all of us visited a public space or a park. So why not? Why aren't we visiting parks or public spaces? Something to make the conversation interesting. So what are your city destinations? We have Bali, we have Diani and Zanzibar, we have Maldives, we have Greece. I'm assuming a city in Greece. We have Zanzibar, we have Japan, and then we have Lisbon, we have Auckland, you notice the international destinations and cities are more than the local destinations and cities. So why are we more inclined to go to international destinations rather than our local destinations? Something to also discuss. So how can we make our cities the ideal destination? And then lastly, we look at what is a sustainable city in your opinion, a city that is inclusive and meets the needs of all. I hear you, the city that leaves no one behind, a city that is resilient, inclusive, and adaptive, where the society and nature thrive together, one that is inclusive and accessible, cities with a strong green and blue infrastructure, sustainable resource management, efficient public transport, food production, and socially inclusive. Yes, a city where community, social, and economic needs are met without compromising the environment. Yes, one that allows the natural environment to thrive within the normal human activities. It is also one that is constantly adapting to climate change, but also allows the evolution of people's movement. And then inclusive, that enables all residents, regardless of age, societal status, ability to be able to live, work, and play with ease, a city with mixed uses that allows people to live in dignity and earn a livelihood regardless of economic and social status, a city where children, mothers, pregnant women, people with disabilities, or the elderly have access to safe, affordable, and convenient mobility options, which is quite interesting because I don't know how many of you know about Wow Mom, started by Penny Nandegwa. She usually has a mantra: if our cities are safe, and if our cities are safe and a 3-year-old can navigate our cities, then the city is safe for everyone. Basically, if a child is safe in the city and a child can navigate the city, then it works for everyone. Applies for elderly people, applies for persons living with disabilities, which just brings us to everything everyone else has said. We want cities that are sustainable, we want cities that are inclusive, and we want cities that are accessible. Thank you all. This lays a great base for the conversation we're about to have. And if you're yet to fill in the board on the what, where, when, please do continue filling the board on the what, where, when. We will check it constantly and update. Hopefully it will still inspire our conversations. And with that, thank you. Please continue filling the board. I'd like to now stop sharing my screen and just find out if our first speaker is in. Dr. Emmanuel, are you with us? Oh, I see our president in the room. Karibu sana, Architect Wilson Mukambi. Please say something, let people see you, and after you're done, kindly invite Dr. Bruno Marque to give his keynote speech. Karibu Bwana Mugambi.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much, Olo. Greetings to everyone who's tuned in or logged in. As you've heard, my name is Wilson Mugambi, architect and president of AAK. It's an extreme honor to welcome our keynote speakers for the day. This is the third and final day of our UTC, and I believe it's been a very good few days of engagement and exchange of ideas. And we really hope to have a very impactful report that we can actually publish and share with each and every one of you. Without much further ado, I'd like to welcome our keynote speaker. I think Olo has mentioned Dr. Bruno Marque. IFLA president is going to be giving his first keynote, followed by my good friend, Dr. Emmanuel Ssinabulya, president of Uganda Society of Architects. So I'd like to welcome them to give a keynote and really appreciate them for making the time to share their ideas and their knowledge with us. And also, I'm sure they'll be challenging us to think more about our urban areas. Asanteni sana, and have a very good deliberation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. And thank you so much for inviting me to be here and to hear how successful the previous days have been and the discussions that are really spearheading the future of our urban environments. So I am very excited to share what are the thoughts of the International Federation of Landscape Architects. I'm going to try to share my screen, and let's hope that it's all working perfectly well. Can anyone see the slides? Yep. I'm
Yes, we
imagining
can
he's
see them.
working.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So I'm connecting all the way from New Zealand. I'm currently in Wellington, the capital of New Zealand. So it's a pleasure to join once again. And I heard how successful everything has been so far. I'm sure it's going to be another successful day of very interesting discussions about the future of our urban environments. So I just started my role as IFLA president 2 months ago. So I'm trying to get my head around still of what entails to be the president of international body. But I have been practicing landscape architecture for about almost 20 years. So I have a very good impression of what are the current challenges that we are facing, not only in our urban environments, but also in our profession overall. And I would like to share those thoughts with you. So as a way to probably frame and kickstart the discussion of today. But before that, I would like to talk a little more about IFLA. Not everyone is aware of what IFLA is and stands for. So the International Federation of Landscape Architects, it was founded in 1948 and is the only professional body that globally connects the landscape architects. So the vision of IFLA is to be a thought leader, reaching out and connecting with the profession of landscape architects globally. Even though we are across the globe and we may have different challenges in our home countries, primarily the challenges that we're all facing are very, very similar. In terms of the principles that the Federation has, is to be a contact point for the landscape architecture profession, but also to spearhead these discussions as a way to be progressive, as a way to connect the members together and those that are also part of the allied professions from the built environment, but mostly to be an advocate for environmental resilience and sustainability. We really want the Federation and the members of the Federation to be the global thinkers, but to act locally and to make those changes locally and work closely with governments to understand the importance of our built environment and mostly the importance of our open spaces. So really want to promote excellence in practice. We want to be the supporters of strong, greener, healthy, and resilient communities and to be a reliable partner. We currently represent 78 member associations. We are organized in 5 regions and we have about 50,000 landscape architects. This is far from the reality of the numbers. This is only those that are part of the member associations. The reality globally is probably 3 to 4 times more that number. But I think we all agree that there is 3 pillars where we really frame our work in terms of being a federation, in terms of being being excellent in a way that we manage our affairs in terms of corporate governance, to provide strong services to our members and really to help them achieve what they need locally, regionally, but mostly to promote the profile of our profession. So this is the structure of the organization, as I said. So we have the IFLA roles organization, and the foundational pillars of the organization are our standing committees. So we have one for communications and external relations. We have another one for education and academic affairs that liaises very closely with the tertiary or university providers. We, of course, have one that looks into finances and business planning to make sure we're on the right direction. And then we have another committee that focuses on professional practice and policy. Within each one of those, there is several working groups looking at very interesting topics, from climate change to green infrastructure to the definition of landscape architecture. So we rely a lot on those committees to really advance the profession globally. And through that, establishing very strong partnerships with global organizations and global bodies that really promote similar ideas. And then at the top, you have the 5 regions that IFLA has. We have one in Africa, one that covers the Americas, one in this side of the world where I am, and Asia Pacific, a recently created region for the Middle East, and the European region. So in terms of the things that we tend to do, as I was just mentioning, we really strive to connect with like-minded bodies internationally. So we work very closely with the Union of Architects, the International Society of City and Regional Planners, but also we have been working very closely with UN Habitat and all the different programs they have. And UNESCO and ICOMOS have been a long-standing partner of IFLA for more than 20, 30 years. And most recently, we also engaged with IUCN. So all those bodies that really look into the full gamut of issues connected to the built environment. We also work closely with governments in countries where we believe that the profession is slowly emerging and trying to provide the support. So the national bodies can really feel that are being supported by the international body and really advance their agendas at the local governments. We have been very mindful to align our outcomes with the strategic development goals as a way to really promote excellence in practice and education of landscape architecture. And as I said, we have just been able to work closely with the International Labour Organization to have a very strong and solid definition to the profession of landscape architecture. We also work very actively with our education policies and global recognition standards. So we're really trying to look broadly in terms of what are the needs by region, by country, and really provide them with a framework so they can work closely with universities and make sure that what's being delivered, it's what's necessary to be a landscape architect. And similarly, we're also looking at professional recognition. So once you are into the labor force, how can a professional move freely from one country to country and really make that transition easily and really support that free circulation and movement? In terms of the core of this presentation is really to look into those global issues and things that really articulate better with the theme of this seminar. So things that landscape architects are very interested are the things that we see almost every day in the news, from the issues around climate change and sea level rise, to the issues of food security, to the issues of community participation, health and well-being, especially in the post-pandemic world, but also how can we engage better with traditional knowledge in our indigenous communities. So these are things that I was very pleased to hear from the report we just got from day 2. It really kind of supports that we are heading in the right direction. So in terms of climate action, I think it's very important to remind everyone that as architects of the environment, our profession is very well prepared to tackle climate change and sea level rise with sustainable design solutions. I think dealing with all the issues that we know from urbanization, population growth, I think it's very, very important to think about the quality of those urban spaces, the quality also of the public transportation solutions that we have, looking at multifunctional spaces that no longer host only one function, but they can tackle many issues all at once with the intent of enhancing the ecology of our cities. Also, as landscape architects, we have the capacity to look creatively at the urban environment and come up with solutions that secure access to food. So I think we need to look at our cities as more resourceful and also looking at the way we design spaces with the intent that some of them could actually grow food to feed our local communities. And if we do that, we're already fostering the idea that communities can get together, work together, and I think we all know that food moves mountains and brings people together. And while we do that, we are still contributing to the local ecology and also supporting the idea that people are working on the land and exercising and smelling the dirt, and all of that is proved to be a natural relaxer and really contributes to our health and well-being. In terms of community participation, we should be involving our local communities because we can facilitate that process. And by facilitating that sort of engagement, we will have better strategic design outcomes that also enhance our built environment. So we can't forget that we are designing for people. So it's important to hear what they have to say, what are the things that really are pressure points, and really try to engage particularly with those that or communities that are generally underrepresented and ethnic minorities that probably don't have a strong saying. We notice the collective effort brings a better outcome to the process, and the one that everyone will be happy and will be using those spaces. But also we should be looking at intergenerational connections. So how to bring children and elderly connected and those with impairments, so we can create a far more balanced and sustainable community. In terms of health and well-being, as I said earlier, we are all very mindful of that, especially in the period of post-pandemic. We know that our landscapes can be therapeutic and rehabilitative, and we know very well through research that exposure to nature, green spaces, and having active mobility really improve life expectancy. It reduces stress, also deals a lot with chronic morbidities. So through all of these, and looking at far more interesting public transportation solutions, we are really contributing to a better community, a healthier community. And finally, looking at traditional knowledge and indigenous cultures. So it's a matter of changing the perspective. Most of the work we do tends to be very Westernly driven in terms of the lens that we use, but at the times, celebrating traditional knowledge and knowledge that have been passed through generations. We are really engaging with a very powerful content here, because that's the content that was regarded as effective land management, and especially dealing with natural disasters in a far more sustainable manner. So if we can celebrate that knowledge and bring it on board, we are thinking a little more holistically here. And the way we design our spaces with those values in mind, we know that we can develop holistic, nature-centric strategies that support and empower not only Indigenous communities, but everyone that use those spaces. So where to next? That's always the million-dollar question. The only thing I can tell you is this is a time in human history when landscape architecture has something really important to say. And I think landscape architects practice a discipline that is deeply rooted in holistic thinking. We understand the natural environment, the built environment, and the interface between them. And we are prepared to take leadership in shaping outdoor spaces and framing public awareness about them. So the landscape architects of the future will definitely be creating diverse and sustainable open spaces, and especially increasingly dense urban environments as the ones that we face. And also that the environmental impact of dense urban development brings with the need to reduce its footprint. And I think if we create diverse outdoor environments and public open spaces, we are already contributing to that massively. So in addition to responding to the challenges of urbanization, we also think that the necessary work of landscape architects is increasingly in focus with climate change and public health pandemic rapidly changing the way we engage with our outdoor spaces. The way we were using them pre-COVID and post-COVID is very differently. But also that we're also getting that students frequently choose to study landscape architecture because they have a very strong environmental and social justice mindset. So it's the best time to be a landscape architect. We believe that it's going to be the profession of the next couple of decades, and we will be here to support anyone going through that pathway, and IFLA will be here to support that work. So that's all for me. I hope that was an interesting way to pitch a couple of ideas that will frame the subsequent discussions in this seminar.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bruno Marquez. We really appreciate your time. We really appreciate you being here with us. We also understand and acknowledge it's quite late in New Zealand, and we thank you for the support and for showing up and your presentation, making our UTC better. In case anyone has a question, please feel free to ask it in the chat. But at the moment, I can just and I can't see our UTC convener. And just noticing also our president might have dropped off. So I would like to thank you very much for your presentation and also for setting the tone for the UTC and also having understood the assignment, because it has really gelled well with what we want the UTC to talk about. Despite not having attended the other sessions, it's actually just flowed into it. So now we have a base that we can continue with and we can continue our discussions with. I also understand that you have to leave now, unless there is a very burning question that someone can ask it in the Q&A section. I request you to give us 5 minutes. If there are no questions in 5 minutes, then you can take your leave. Other than that, we really appreciate you and your effort and your presence. And we look forward to future collaboration. Also, once we have the report, we are working on a current declaration, and we hope if IFLA will stand with us in our declaration and our way forward from this UTC also, and what we will be hoping to accomplish with it. Thank you very much. In 5 minutes, if we do not have any burning questions, you can leave the session.
Thank you
Thank
very much
you.
for having me.
Oh, I can see people, the people who've raised their hands. There's a Grace Wamaisa. Grace, do you have a question? Please enable Grace to be able, okay. Peter and Grace, please unmute and ask your questions. Okay, Peter, kindly unmute and ask your question. Peter Mwiranga, kindly unmute and ask your question.
Hi, I'm fine. Sorry, that was by mistake.
It's okay. I will also assume Grace's is by mistake since we don't have a response. So back to our initial plan. If there is no other question or response in 5 minutes, we appreciate you being with us and setting the tone, and you can leave the session. So with that, I would now like to invite Marque. Marque, please rejoin us again, and please start the first session. As we wait for Mark to log in, I can see we have comments in the comment section. Jack Campbell is appreciating you, saying thank you. We have Roy Gevaiga also saying thank you, Bruno. As a student of culture and traditional knowledge, I appreciate your presentation. Absolutely. Oh, sorry, it had actually skipped my mind. Landscape architect Ruth, would you like to say something before Bruno leaves? As the landscape architect in the room, not that I am not acknowledging others, he's just the one I can directly see and I know. And also as the chair of the landscape architects chapter of AK, maybe you can say something before Bruno leaves as we try to locate Mark to start the second session. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Olo. Thank you, Bruno. That is quite a good start to this session and just explaining how as landscape architects, and I believe as built professionals, built environment professionals across the board, that we all need to tackle, these issues and how we can implement, but just laying the foundation and just giving that push in terms of professionals need to they need to start actualizing all these theories that we have into design. So thank you for being with us, and we hope to see you soon. Thank you.
You will see me in September next year.
Thanks, really, Bruno, for making time, and colleagues for being patient. That was such a high-level start, I would say, and it sets the space and scene. Without further ado, I'd like to invite Jack really to take us through a deep dive on management of urban mobility, and perhaps reflect a bit more on infrastructure planning and design for and equality, of course, as he frames it. Thanks, Jack.
Thanks, Mark. And thank you for that intro. Maybe, I don't know if Bruno, if you're still here, but just to say another thank you to that, and also to it's not very often that I'm following two presidents of organizations in a call, so I think that might be a first for me. But yeah, no, great to meet you, and looking forward to having you here in Nairobi next year. So my name is Jack Chemiclaws. I work with Kunkuri Design Initiative, and I am a landscape architect as well, by training and by practice. I hope you can all see my slides okay. Maybe someone could just give me the reaction or something just to let me know, because I know we had some troubles with this earlier.
Yes, we can see
Great.
the slide.
Awesome. Thanks all. And so just to add a little bit more about KDI, which is Kunkuri Design Initiative, the organization I work for. We are a non-profit design and community development firm founded here in Kenya, actually here in Nairobi in Kibera, informal settlement, in 2006, and founded by a group of students from both Kenya and abroad, including Arthur Dare, who was one of our founders who will be speaking in the next session. And we partner with under-resourced communities to advance equity and activate unrealized potential in neighborhoods. So today's topic is really about managing mobility, and I want to support that conversation by talking about infrastructure at large, and how just and sustainable infrastructure can enable inclusivity and mobility at multiple levels. So this is both a question, but also maybe a point. Is it just our infrastructure, where infrastructure is something that is apolitical and rational? Is it just that it needs to be built quickly to help us solve the issue of the day? I think that some around make it sound like this, or is infrastructure provision actually unjust historically, divisive even, and needs to be thought of differently, and needs to be considered as part of a complex city or complex system that is our city, and part of social and environmental causes as well. So not just problem solving physically. So my experience would suggest, and that experience is both here in Nairobi, but also abroad, but particularly here in Nairobi and in Kenya, the infrastructure is being delivered in a way that it is deepening injustices, raising vulnerabilities, and quite often, or more often than not, is not future ready. So I'm sure that we can all think of a number of large or small projects around Nairobi that meet these challenges. And there does seem to be this prevailing approach, which is that to deliver infrastructure with quite a single or narrow view about what the results of that infrastructure investment should be, and also to do this in quite an exclusionary manner. So I want to illustrate this point through a couple of slides just to follow this, and to illustrate a project that was exclusionary, but also really fundamentally driven by a single desired outcome, and how that resulted. So this is a street in Kibera. I think most of us on this call are probably familiar with Kibera, in informal settlement here in Nairobi. And this street is the sole access for around 100 households. These households have been struggling with serious flooding, not from the river, but because the urban environment surrounding this neighborhood has cut off the outflow of where the stormwater used to be able to drain out more naturally. And so in essence, this neighborhood has become like a dam. And we've long supported this community to deal with these and many other challenges that they face, co-producing projects in at least two locations in this particular neighborhood. However, as much as we would have liked to have supported this project that I'm talking about, we weren't invited to do that or accepted in, although we asked, but we became observers of this project. And I think that what we observed is that the issue that was identified was this sole issue of flooding, despite the numerous other critical issues that face the neighborhood and the community. And I think that would have come through very clearly had there been a participatory or transparent process. So within this project of question, the solution was found to be a singular piece of infrastructure, stormwater drains throughout the neighborhood using the existing pathways. And I think, as you can already probably point out, this is presenting some huge additional challenges to a community already facing a number of these. So some of these drains went down to 3 meters deep, which, yeah, is completely crazy for a small, narrow pathway such as this. But an integrated approach maybe would have noted that there are several outcomes needed, and that drainage alone wouldn't add up to a net positive for the community or for the area. In fact, in this case, in this project, the approach has led to a huge increase in risk and issues. As these photos show here, this drain, this is the same drain I photographed in the previous slide, but shown after in the rainy season. And a few things to point out here: the paths, which would usually have provided a critical access, have become in many ways very impassable and greatly restricting people's movement, but also not helped by the fact that the stormwater drain blocked up within a few weeks. So this project has really undermined a number of levels of infrastructure or layers of infrastructure that have been supporting this community. You can see the power line has lost its footing and is collapsing onto the building to the right. A sewer line was broken and water pipes also broken. So really adding up to a really not a very good set of outcomes, even the main outcome of resolving flooding not being overcome. So can we design and implement projects to take a broader view of infrastructure and the results that should be aimed for? And I think that a critical way to see this happening is to distinguish infrastructure as a way to meet multiple outcomes, including poverty alleviation, including public health, economic growth, climate resilience, and expanded equity, really, and to become sustainable infrastructure. So what definition of sustainable? There are a number. What definition of sustainable infrastructure can we take? And it's interesting to hear that landscape architecture as a term is being explored in definition. I think this is important and critical work. I think the one that I like is the Bhattacharya et al. Definition from 2015, which includes these points, that sustainable infrastructure is socially and economically and environmentally sustainable. It is infrastructure that is inclusive and respects human rights and meets the needs of the poor by increasing infrastructure access, by supporting general poverty reduction, by reducing vulnerability to climate change risks. It's cross-cutting and has multiple goals. Just building it is not enough. It has to be fit for purpose and have these multiple results or outcomes for it to be sustainable. It positively impacts GDP per capita and job outcomes. These are still some of the Bhattacharya's points within the definition. It's environmentally sustainable, mitigates carbon emissions during construction and operation. And sustainable infrastructure is also resilient to climate change. So those are their points. And I think I've put 2 question marks at the bottom of areas that maybe we should explore further, but can we not define infrastructure to be regenerative in purpose and in its outcomes as well? And is there something to add about genus loci and how critical the context of a place or a space is to the right solutions and the right infrastructure for it? And now we'll just touch on the 3IF project, which many of you have been central to, and I know Florence was referring to it yesterday's session as well. And it's something that we very much see as a start of a 10 so far. It's been a one-year program so far, and we have the second year now ongoing. But this is exploring this definition of sustainable infrastructure further. And in particular, this 3IF is focused on informal settlement efforts in Kenya. And so 3IF is a project. It's coordinated and facilitated by the AAK, our hosts, and thanks the AAK for this, by Akiba Mashinani Trust, underneath the Muungano Alliance, University College London, Arab Engineering East Africa, and ourselves, KDI, Kunkui Design Initiative. So 3IF stands for Integrated and Inclusive Infrastructure Framework. You can find it online at their website that's on the screen. And it's an ongoing effort, as I said, and we hope for many more, and that anyone on this call can be part and join into that ongoing effort. If you want to find out more and get in contact, please do. But I want to share some framing and some findings from this project briefly, as I do think it helps to also open up questions further on for this session. So very briefly, we have got into defining what integrated and inclusive is, and integrated, these 4 points below, integrating disciplines. So bring together disciplinary expertise from different engineering disciplines, the built environment, governance, landscape architecture, environment, ecology, social sciences, to realize user visions. But it's also about integrating systems, so joining up, or the joined up approach, the holistic approach that also Bruno was talking about just before. Infrastructure planning, where services, utilities, access, public space, natural assets, social and ecological amenities are all considered together, and where possible achieving multifunctionality. So connecting participants involved at different points in the life cycle. And inclusivity, we boiled down to 2 levels as well. So there's the including those who have typically or historically been excluded, addressing those needs of neighborhoods and residents through inclusive processes, participation, engagement, co-design, but also including all users in the end product, so that from inception and to operation and beyond, the inclusive infrastructure approach involves civil society, the end users and utility companies, so that people living with disabilities can also access these investments equally, for instance. So what's on the slide here is just the 5 principles of 3IF, which came from numerous workshops, engagements with practitioners, experts across the built environment, including partners in government as well. But this is also based on decades of combined participatory work in low resource neighborhoods through Akiba Mashinani Trust and ourselves, KDI. So I pose the question of whether these principles for sustainable infrastructure and for integrated inclusive work are relevant and could work in regard to the mobility focus of today's session. And I note that also that some of the next speaker, Chris Cost, I know you may bring the street design manual into your presentation, and I just want to say that we're also very much referencing that document in 3IF, especially within a tactic that's within the document itself. So I think it's just something to explore, is because streets and access ways are fundamentally organizing features for any urban development, including those of informal settlements where our work has been focused. So in the case of upgrading or transformation of informal urban areas, the physical features of streets are critical, and just recognizing this, I think, across many of you would agree. And we have these 2 road projects within Kibera in the last couple of years. The Missing Link Highway that cut through the middle of Kibera, but also maybe a lesser known 25 kilometers of roads that have been built in Kibera as a network of roads last year. And I think I don't have long to go into the details of these, but I think broadly, neither of these have lent themselves to a wider outcome of transforming the Kibera settlement, even though they would have had the opportunity to do that in many cases. So there have, of course, been benefits to these projects, but the cost to livelihoods has been very high. And the link road itself saw the demolition of 13,000 homes, for instance. And the last year's 25 kilometers of road building was just put to the MCAs in a crazy short timeline. And so again, there was a huge number of opportunities missed to do a proper design, to have an inclusive and integrated process. And ultimately, it's not part of really realizing, or in some ways could be detrimental to realizing an integrated and inclusive future for the settlement. One final note, and I hope I've done okay on time, Chair, but just to say that I think this is very relevant, this session, that there's a launch next week, which is a study of inclusivity in the built environment in Nairobi. The QR code on the screen should take you to the registration page. Otherwise, I'll post it in the link afterwards in the chat. But it's happening next week, Thursday as well. And I just to say, over the past year, we've been working with Kilimanjaro Blind Trust and Global Disability Innovation Hub to research and understand the perspectives of people living with disabilities in Nairobi, their interactions with the city and the infrastructure of the city, and also practitioners within the city. I think again, people on this session have been included in those, and policymakers. And the AT 2030 program, which this sits under, has done this similar research across 3 other cities, one in Mongolia, one in India, one in Indonesia so far. And I just wanted to end with a reflection on something that I learned from being part of these workshops and probably hadn't really realized, is that people living with disabilities in Nairobi are actually, when they're waiting at a bus stop for a matatu, a stage stop for a matatu, they will be ignored because of the additional time that it takes for a matatu, for everyone to sort out the wheelchair or the other, to support someone who might be visually impaired to get into the matatu. And I just that hadn't come through to me previously. And I just think that there's so many issues in that. There's issues with attitudes, there's issues in there about enforcing equity law, and within really in issues with how the built environment has been implemented, including the technology. The technology could refer to the matatu. So the vehicles could be better suited to loading or supporting people living with disabilities. But also it raises the question of maybe if that system, that mode of transport can really be an equal access mode of transport for Nairobians, all Nairobians. So thanks a lot. And I'm really looking forward to the other speakers in the discussion. Back to you, Mark.
Thank you, Jack, really for providing some lens that oftentimes we do not really talk about much. I think you've taken us really to where African urbanism is, what makes the African city, and oftentimes we overlook the informal settlements, the informal sector really, and the problems that really are inherent therein. And I think if we are to reimagine the city of tomorrow, or the future of mobility, as we call it here, I think it's important to really reframe the problem we are looking at, and you've done it so well. Some of the key things you've also highlighted, of course, are the ability of infrastructure interventions that are aimed to improve mobility, unfortunately deepening injustices, increasing vulnerability, and not being future ready, especially in the age of climate change. I think the other thing which I would also like to highlight, which you also brought out quite well, is the need to move towards a systems approach from a single focus, really a sectorial approach to looking at mobility, to looking at a really mobility system as a network of systems. And I think this leads us to defining what mobility is. Just to help reframe this discussion, perhaps, as we move forward, is what do we mean when we talk of mobility? It's the way in which we move. And again, Jack did talk about this, the way in which we access housing, the way in which we access jobs and livelihood opportunities, the way in which we access services. He talked about water, and see they're struggling to get water. And then the way in which we access recreational opportunities and leisure opportunities. So within this framework then, how do we reimagine the future? How do we start thinking about how to make our mobility systems a bit more inclusive? Again, Jack talked about that, future ready, or rather what we'd call future proofing, and to help us to think about how to bring this home in Nairobi. I would now invite Chris just share some reflections on what ITDP does, and especially with a focus on smart mobility. Just a point to note, we have around 40 minutes marked, so I would like to request all panelists to limit their interventions to 5 minutes, and then we'll have some time for Q&A and also for discussions later. Welcome, Chris.
Great, thanks a lot, Mark, and it's great to be with everyone. So I want to build on what Jack talked about and get into sustainable urban mobility in a bit more detail. So I work with the Institute for Transportation Development Policy, ITDP, and we're also a nonprofit organization, and we support cities and national governments to implement sustainable mobility systems. So when we look around Kenyan cities, what we see is that most people are dependent on walking and cycling for their daily journeys. Whether it's a big city like Nairobi or also Mombasa and Kisumu, we have a very small number of trips on private cars. Yet when we're investing in our urban mobility infrastructure, we're mainly just building these wide roads, flyovers, elevated highways. That's where the money's going. So and it's not working because these roads may carry a few more people, but they're not really carrying the masses of commuters who need to move around Kenyan cities. So we really have to change this approach and focus on efficient use of road space so that we prioritize public transport and walking and cycling. So this is an example of how that's been done in Dar es Salaam, where they created wide walkways, the cycle tracks, the median lanes for the BRT. And after all that was done, they created some space for mixed traffic. So it's a much more equitable approach to thinking about the way we can use this valuable public space. And when we're implementing BRT, we have to make sure that it's more than just bus lanes, that we're building a high quality system that combines these different features, having the median stations with level boarding to the high capacity buses, making sure that we have off-board fare collection, and at the busier stations, making sure that we have passing lanes and other infrastructure that enable us to carry the number of passengers that we have. So Dar es Salaam has been able to really transform the quality of public transport service on these BRT corridors, cutting the travel times from 2 hours to 45 minutes in one direction. And you even see a lot of people parking their cars at the terminal stations and riding the bus into town because they don't want to waste time stuck in traffic anymore. So we need to scale this up in Kenyan cities and get going with the implementation of BRT. And as we're implementing the urban mobility improvements, we need to think about how that interacts with the land use system because the urban form in our cities also affects the transport mode choices that people make. One way we can do that is by making sure that we're housing the majority of residents within walking distance of rapid transit. So that's what Curitiba did with very aggressive land use policies that made sure that higher densities are allowed on BRT corridors. The problem in Kenyan cities is that we've stuck with this colonial era zoning, which is pretty random in comparison to the mass rapid transit that we're implementing. You have very low density areas along the planned BRT corridors. So a better approach is what you see here in the diagram from the Kigali master plan, where the areas with the highest intensity commercial and residential zoning are along the planned BRT network. And they've added additional incentives. So if you have at least 15% of your units as affordable units, then you get a 30% density bonus. So how can we incorporate incentives like that in our planning regulations so that the private sector also starts to address the affordable housing backlog? And this densification can also apply in informal areas. So this is the Mpazi rehousing project in Kigali, where they're able to quadruple the number of housing units in this area while improving the quality of the infrastructure and opening up open spaces between the units so that there's more land in the public realm. And then we also need to think about the urban design questions. So, just being adjacent to transit doesn't mean that a building's transit oriented. And Johannesburg and the other South African cities have seen this in a big way because they've been investing in BRT, but when they have a built form that turns its back on the transit service, you don't encourage ridership. So we need to move away from these blank walls. A lot of the recent buildings in Nairobi look like this, just compound walls, or they try to take pedestrian activity off of the street and there's no active edge. So this leads to really dreary and even dangerous streetscape. So thinking about how we can have visually active frontage with shop entrances and windows on the ground floor. And then also looking at how new developments can incorporate these mid-block connections for pedestrians so that we're not just focused on car movement, but we're thinking about how we can improve pedestrian access in the neighborhoods, make it easier to walk to nearby amenities or bus stops, and we create really nice open spaces at the same time. So in sum, let's really shift from this approach that we've been pursuing for many years of just building cities for cars, which is leading to these predictable results of more traffic jams and pollution, and think about how we can change that to building cities for people. Thanks a lot. Mark,
hi, Mark, you're mute.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think I was so enthusiastic about what Chris was talking about that I couldn't wait to actually highlight just the key points that he was mentioning. Some of the key things which Chris has talked about, which are worth a special mention again, are the interaction between land use and mobility. And I think this brings the point home when you talk about mobility and not transport. Those are two different things, and Chris really underscores that. He also talks about the fundamental role of urban design in encouraging active mobility, or what we would call walking and cycling. And I think this is something that Nairobi is grappling with, and perhaps it's a way to, it's another opportunity to start rethinking mobility and start rethinking how we think about the way in which people move around our cities. At this point, I would like to invite Dennis Wakaba to really talk to us about the future of urban mobility from an electric mobility perspective.
All right, thank you very much, Ajal. So my name is Dennis Wakaba, working with Rome Electric. So an electric mobility company situated in Nairobi, Kenya. And what we do is an array of electric mobility products, including motorcycles, buses, and also cruisers. So for us, we have felt the need of actually working and making sure that the city of Nairobi and any other city goes green. So offering especially Chris has set some ground rules on how to, to implement a well-planned city, and also how to do organized mobility, including mass transit systems. So in that case, we want to fill and provide the solution, the hardware, and also the software side of making sure that electric buses and electric motorcycles and every other thing works in coherence. So many cities, and leading in there, we have cities shifting to 100% of, in terms of buses to electric. We have cities such as Shenzhen, a very good example, and it's something that the city of Nairobi should emulate, and also cities across Africa. Because the transportation architecture that has been set up in the city, yes, we have buses, bus rapid transit, and in his manifesto for the president and Governor Sakaja, they're really focused on making sure that the mass transit works within Kenya. So, and I was very happy and glad that actually Governor Sakaja got to consult and seeking expertise from a very renowned gentleman, Professor Washington Ochieng, who is said to have solved many of Beijing and London traffic problems. So it's a good start, and we should not let go of these progress and paces that we are making. And that's why for us as Rome, we want to start deploying as many electric buses, because every kilometer that electric bus travels, abating about a kilo or up to 3 kg per kilometer of CO2, and most importantly, particulate matter, with the WHO record saying 18,000 deaths a year caused by pollution, definitely is caused by most of these diesel buses. And again, improving, we are saying our cities needs to look beautiful. I know everybody here who has traveled along highways, you have silver plated guardrails, which are now, after a year, you'll find carbon buildup. So imagine all this carbon in the ambient air getting into our lungs, and basically we'll be burning our lungs if we don't try to shift earlier. So for us, we have been engaging with government support organization, operators most importantly, because the guys will be taking up this product of ours. And we have two products that we want to offer, because in the BRT system, we have feeder buses, which bring people from the estates all the way to the BRT routes, and also the mass transit buses. And you have deployed one, and we'll be participating also in the placemaking week to showcase how such buses could be utilized. And I know that the KDI talked about inclusivity, people riding wheelchair. This is also a focus that we're looking at, providing mother and child seats. We've been offering free rides for kids along Thika Road. For the past 1 week, we've been operating. We also included priority seats for the elderly, and they're really enjoying it because now they say, get onto the bus and say, these are our seats. And you could feel that they're owning now, and they're getting the respect and the dignity they deserve. Also providing, a wheelchair barrier to making sure that anybody coming in a wheelchair doesn't feel left out. So inclusivity is something that's at the core, and we are also looking to integrate both buses. So it's upon us to take leadership and making sure that we don't have bad excesses and bad impacts, especially on emissions, because we're talking about climate change being a crisis, and also looking towards COP27. So what's our contribution as a company, as Nairobi, as the residents? How do you want to move? Get onto a bike, either walk, and also it's always important to plan according to the mode of speed that is there, because most of Nairobians either walk or use public means, and these are the best green modes. Because implementing a 70 or 90 passenger capacity bus, then you're taking off about 50 cars, which would be polluting. And again, instead of getting them onto a diesel bus, you're getting them into a clean energy bus. That's the way that we want to do, and making sure that operators understand these technologies, so that we're able to deploy as many, and so that Nairobians can enjoy, the cleaner air and the cleaner city. Because even our trees get stunted growth because of carbon buildup upon the leaves, so particulate buildup upon the leaves. So essentially, it's for us to use both planning interventions and mobility interventions to make sure that our cities work and our places of dwelling are also clean. Happy to take any questions after this, but we are really glad to making sure that this movement is very possible. Thank you very much, Ujab.
Thank you so much, Dennis. Really, I think you brought in an emergent perspective, and electric mobility in Nairobi in particular is something that is just taking pace. And I think we have to also give it up to Kenya Power really for committing to rolling out charging stations and converting their fleet to all electric. I think one thing that perhaps could reflect on, and we've also brought in a perspective that we've not talked about before, the health dimension of the status quo, really. And I think if we invest in mobility, electric mobility, as you are saying, then we are actually saving a lot of lives. Perhaps about 5,000 in Kenya. I mean, I think in Kenya we have that number dying annually. So we can actually do that. I don't know if it is 18,000 or 5,000, but I think we can actually save on that. Maybe as we move forward, and I welcome questions. There are questions that are coming on chat. We'll deal with these questions as we move forward. Perhaps at this point, to get a different lens, a different perspective that brings in the gender dynamics and a gender lens to looking at mobility, especially infrastructure planning and design. I would like to welcome Cyprian Odada to talk about this.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you everyone for having me on this to share this my insights as a woman, as a cyclist, as a mother. My name is Cyprian Odada, and I'm the Executive Director of Critical Mass Nairobi. And Critical Mass Nairobi has basically taken up the challenge of transforming Nairobi into a cycling city by putting people on bicycles. As I've mentioned, I am a woman, I am a mother, and I am a cyclist. And basically that makes me a vulnerable road user. And because of those three identities, and also being an urban planner, whenever I am on the road, I look at the road in a different light. I feel how pedestrians and cyclists feel. I look at the street the way an urban planner would look at, and try to find try to synchronize all those things and how we undertake our activities at Critical Mass Nairobi. So with Critical Mass Nairobi, our main objective was first and foremost getting people on bicycles, because we realized that in as much as we are advocating for safe roads, we were advocating for policy change, we were not really seeing cyclists on the road. So what we wanted was first and foremost to put cyclists on the road, so that when we are advocating for those changes, we can easily see those vulnerable road users on the road. I think I've lost my train of thought somewhere. Kindly give me a few minutes, and then I will get back and share more about what we do with Critical Mass Nairobi. 1 minute.
No worries, Cyprian. I'm just wondering, maybe we could respond to one question as Cyprian gathers her thoughts. Chris, there's a question that came on chat about integrating the BRT system into Nairobi's transport system at the moment. What are your thoughts about a good way forward? What would a good way forward look like? Should we have a completely new system? Should we, of course, include the matatus into the system? Or should we implement perhaps a not so good system, but adjust it as we go? I guess what I'm pointing at with this question is, how do we ensure that we manage perception of BRT as we look into transition?
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for that question. So, yeah, I think we need to move forward with the implementation. We don't have more time to waste. Nairobi urgently needs a high-quality mass rapid transit system. But what I'd say is that as we're implementing the first phase corridor on Thika Road, we need to ensure that it includes these key features like passing lanes at the stations. It needs to have an adequate bus fleet to serve the number of passengers on the corridor. Should have direct service extensions so that people don't need to transfer to feeder buses, but the BRT buses themselves would just leave the corridor and go directly into the neighborhoods. And then when the corridor gets into the central business district, we need to ensure that we have the dedicated lanes and stations there, that we don't just throw the buses into mixed traffic, which will lead to huge delays. So I think we have enough data to plan a high quality system. So we don't need to go back to the drawing board, but we do need to amend the designs a bit to incorporate those features, and then make sure that all of the corridors are designed in an integrated fashion, so that we're not just doing one line at a time. Given that some, like line 2 is being implemented by Namata, line 5 by Kura, line 1 by Kenha, we need to be on the same page in terms of the design approach that we're following to make sure that these work together and that the services are integrated.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, I think definitely, that's one of the ways to look at it. And at this point, I would just like everybody to hold, your thoughts. Please hold those questions. They're coming. But one thing that Cyprian did start talking about is on walking and cycling, on the vulnerable population. How do we bring these people into mobility systems? How do we make them feel welcome? And to perhaps discuss this in a more relatable way to us in Nairobi, and especially from a planning and design perspective, I would like to welcome Juliet to talk about strategies to influence a shift from motorized to non-motorized transport. I think this is something that Cyprian was also saying. Really, it's very much what critical mass is doing, that culture change. And perhaps as Cyprian still tries to articulate the points, Juliet, could you please take this forward?
Thank you very much, Mark. I am Juliet Rita, an urban planner and transport planner by profession. And I currently run the Africa Network for Walking and Cycling, which is an initiative of Walk 21 and UNEP. I also lecture at the Technical University of Kenya, and I've been the past chair of the Town Planners Chapter at the Architectural Association of Kenya. So Mark, back to your question, I think you wanted me to discuss on how we can change basically the urban environment to make it, as I see it, is just to, you call it futuristic. I say the future is now. And I usually want to go back into, because even from the chat box, you can see a lot of frustration in terms of where we are as a city, especially in Nairobi, and what we are talking about. And people don't really see how is this going to be implemented and how can we have some of these benefits that we are talking about and case studies that we are having. But it's also good to see good initiative coming from just our backyard. We have the electric buses now coming in, and really we have this frustration generally because looking even at the continent, we are talking of Africa not having roads that can provide acceptable level of service. And that's acceptable level of service in terms of public transport, in terms of pedestrian access, cycling, all this, we have not reached a level as a continent where we can get a high ranking in terms of safety, in terms of inclusivity and accessibility. And I want to say, as my friend Frederick had put it in the chat, that really we are looking at what is calling a wickedness, because we have a city which is not really working for us. And it's not working for us because we still have very high fatality rates when you look at our roads. And I want to specifically just look at basically the opportunities even we are losing, even as we look at developing as a country. And we cannot talk of developing if we don't start by taking small steps, small initiatives, as some of the solutions that Chris has presented, which I'll not go back and repeat into detail, because we have to acknowledge that indeed we need proper infrastructure that is working for us, and we need solutions that are working for us also to move a step higher in terms of reducing our pollution. So that said, we have to really make do and appreciate that, as I usually start off, I say we do have tools, we do have laws, we do have policies in Kenya that would work for us when we are looking at improving, especially mobility. And we do have right from the Integrated National Transport Policy. We have the new plan for the city of Nairobi. We have the Nairobi even has an NMT policy. And we are talking of just about 50%, 59% of cities in Africa having an NMT policy. And we have one in the city of Nairobi, but we're not implementing. We have the Namata, which came into force and is an legal institute. They're empowered by law, and they can have that they have that mandate to basically see how they can structure our public transport. We also have the National Climate Change Action, which really is talking into us moving towards more sustainable mobility solutions. And we can borrow from our neighbors. We can borrow from Uganda, which was among the first to have the NMT policy in East Africa. And though Rwanda has already overtaken them in terms of where they are, in terms of having more inclusive urban mobility. And one thing I love about Rwanda is their urban planning code. And this speaks directly into the issue of integrating land uses and transport. They have very good measures and very good standards on where services should be placed. They talk of, say, bus stops not being more than 500 meters away if you're living in an urban areas, and schools not being more than a kilometer away from where you're living. We come back to our country and we have a very good physical planning handbook, which basically they borrowed to formulate the urban planning code. And we have the similar provisions, but we don't implement them because our code, actually, what we would call a code, the physical planning handbook, we still have a draft. And we still have, in this day and era, people not having access to schools. And they have children commuting more than 10 kilometers every single day in our urban areas. These kids, because they're coming from middle income families, we can afford a car. We put them in the car, we put them with the driver, or we have at least 2 or more cars in the family, and we send them on the roads, and we are still complaining of traffic. We cannot continue just ignoring the simple things, yeah? If I have to go to shopping and I have to take my car and drive, then we are never going to solve the issue. If I'm accessing simple services such as banking and all this, and I have to drive and to access these services, it's not good for looking into the future. So the starting point really is for us to really start implementing all these policies, all these handbooks, all these manuals that we have, and start making simple adjustments, yeah? And also, as we continue to that, we also have to look into our attitude. If I'm out there walking, which I mostly do, the one thing I get perception, I get treated badly because people assume I'm poor, because if you're walking, probably you'll be walking with you probably as a woman carry 2 pairs of shoes. You'll carry the one you'll be walking with, and the one that you change into, because you're going to get dusty. You're likely to wear something very comfortable, so you're not going to be looking all fancy when you're out there walking. We have a city which is not perceived safely. So probably my necklace, which I'm wearing now, I'll put it in the handbag and I'll wear it when I reach my destination. So all this, then you get the way you're treated when you're walking. You're treated as a poor person, and you're perceived as someone who is wasting time, because people perceive if you're walking, you're actually wasting time. You have more time compared to the person in the car. So the car will actually not even give you way to cross the road, because they perceive that you have more time because you're walking. So we have to change by this simple narrative and our attitude. And I'm sure Cyprian will talk more, especially how women should be integrated into the system, into the urban mobility system. But just to conclude, I want to say that as I started off, we cannot develop as a nation, we cannot develop as Kenya if we still have people who are limited to travel. How do we expect these people to explore all the economic opportunities out there if they are limited in the way they travel? And they're limited in the way they travel because we don't have safe, or even sometimes you don't even have that infrastructure to support them to travel. And we are looking at them traveling either because majority will be walking or cycling or using the public transport, the matatus. We have an affordable and efficient public transport system. You may find that it is cheap because you're paying like 50 shillings there, 80 shillings there, but you forget most of the people have to connect to get to where they're going. So say there's someone living in Ruiru, they'll have to come from their home, get on a boda, get to the main road, get on a bus to the CBD, and then connect again if they're going to work to community. So they have paid fare like 3 times. And this is someone who can barely afford that, that fare that they're meant to pay. We lack supportive infrastructure for walking and cycling. Yet we still have majority of people in the city walking. We have around 41%, which is a good thing if you go to other cities, because other cities are looking at getting more people, a higher percentage of the population to actually walk. We have that. So we have to ask ourselves, how do we support them so that actually we are not losing them, but we are supporting them so that they can walk safely, they can walk faster, they can be comfortable if they decide to cycle. And the other thing, of course, the other point is our failure in urban planning. Services are not within reach. We don't have connectivity. We have not embraced mixed land uses, and we still have a lot of distances for walking. The other thing, of course, we have to address is in terms of safety and security. So safety, and look at it, the first thing is the physical interventions in terms of putting barriers, separating the walking and the cycling lanes, and also just making sure that we have well-lit streets, we don't have dark spots, we have safe police patrols, so that basically we have more security. And also one way we can also improve security as well as make our streets more vibrant is allowing more businesses to open into the streets. And that makes that ensures that there are more people, and generally that feeling of there are people around, you feel more safe if you're walking. Then the last thing we also have to address is, again, I'm going back to public transport. We have to make sure that we have access to reliable public transport, and reliable public transport with no more than 10 minutes wait. And that makes sure that we have less crowding at our bus stops, at our bus terminals. We have more flexibility in terms of travel. We have less isolation and more security in our points of connections. And it is great. It is great for caregivers. It's great for us women. It's great for us, for our kids. So thank you very much, Mark. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Juliet. I think you actually summarize the wicked problem that is mobility, and you frame it so well that the mobility challenge, or the mobility gap, is actually a systemic deprivation. It's something that perhaps we need to think through in very many ways, from integrated planning, which you encourage us to really look at. We cannot achieve inclusive mobility without integrated planning. And of course, Chris also did talk about this earlier. We also talk about the white elephant in the room, the lack of implementation of policies. Again, this is something that I think we have to take forward. And as AK, perhaps there's also an opportunity to highlight this. Why do we need to focus very much on implementation? And two very important things that you also bring out are a safety lens to mobility planning. I think that's something that the Safer Nairobi initiative in Nairobi really tried to look at a safety lens to urban planning and design in the city. And maybe we need to bring it back at the center of planning processes, bring it back at the center of mobility systems. The last one, which you talked about, and I think I suspect both Cyprian and Tofik will bring it quite strongly, is culture change and attitude change. If you're walking, you're not poor. If you're walking, you are not lazy. And of course, again, you are not jobless. Many people always think that people who are working are jobless. And maybe to just sort of share experiences in Mombasa, and this takes us to another trajectory, now goes towards more of a tactical approach, more of activism-driven planning or making of the city. I would like to invite Tofik Balala to share the Mombasa experience to improving urban mobility. Is Tofik here?
Hi, Mark. At the moment, no. Maybe we can just proceed. If he joins, I will alert you.
Excellent. So I guess at this point, perhaps we bring Cyprian back again, and perhaps Cyprian, are you ready? So maybe just as I get Cyprian to really get us to the critical parts of Critical Mass Nairobi, I'd just like to highlight a few things about Critical Mass Nairobi that I've had the privilege of participating in. Changing the perception around cycling and debunking the mystery behind banking in Nairobi, behind cycling in Nairobi. So cycling has been seen more as either if you're cycling, you must be a rich person. So you are either going to Karura Forest, or you're just some high middle class person trying to keep fit, or you are poor if you're using Black Mamba. The other thing which I think Cyprian will talk about is, of course, how they've been trying to change narratives, especially through dressing. So if you're cycling in Nairobi, you're always dressing sporty. But then I think Critical Mass Nairobi has been able to also invite people to cycle on official wear. And I think she did wear a dress at some point, and some people are actually wearing high heels for cycling. So Cyprian, over to you.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, so I started by introducing myself, and there was a reason why I was introducing myself that way. So I am a woman, I am a mother, and I am a cyclist. And the reason I'm mentioning those three identities is because all those identities influence how I experience a city and my overall perspective of the city of Nairobi. And unfortunately, all those identities present me as a vulnerable road user. The way I experience a street as a woman is very different from the way a man experiences a street or a city. How I experience a street as a mother or a caregiver is also very different from somebody who is not walking with children. And how I experience a street as a cyclist is also very different from how I would experience a street as a pedestrian or as a motorist. So now the question is, how can we make those experiences better for these vulnerable road users? And also, how did we find ourselves in this position where we are not designing for vulnerable road users? We have so many things that we can put a blame on, including our infrastructure, the laws that we have, the curriculum that we have in school, and our culture. So what Critical Mass Nairobi has purpose to do is to tackle the low-hanging fruit, and that is our culture. Unfortunately, as Mark has mentioned, there is a negative perception of cyclists or cycling in many African cities, and cycling is considered a poor man's mode of transport or a rich man's leisure or sport. So what we are trying to do with Critical Mass Nairobi is to debunk that myth, and we are creating experiences where anybody who has a bicycle or who wants to ride a bicycle can cycle without fear or favor. And our main objective starting when we started Critical Mass was to just get people back on bicycles, because we realized, yes, we are fighting for policies and we are fighting for infrastructure, but whenever we presented our case to policymakers, they would ask, where are the cyclists? I believe there's a report somewhere that just says there's I think 4% of cyclists in Nairobi. And what we've been trying to do is to show that we are more than 4%. It's just that people are not on the roads. They would love to be on the roads, but they're not on the roads. So understanding why people are on the roads is one thing that we should try and figure out, but also just getting those bicycles from people's homes and putting them on the roads is one of the things that we've been trying to do. So aside from getting people on bicycles, we've also been working towards changing some of the laws that we have in Kenya, particularly the Transport Act. So we have, at the moment, there's a bill in Parliament that we drafted that would ensure that all roads in Kenya have non-motorized transport infrastructure. At least they are somewhat inclusive, they will have cycling and walking infrastructure in one way or the other. So we have purpose to try and transform Nairobi by making Nairobi a cycling city. It is not easy, but it is not impossible. And if we look at the Nairobi that we have in 2022, is a very different Nairobi compared to the Nairobi we had back in 2016, 2018. Now you can see a lot more people riding bicycles, and it's a wonderful sight to see. And a lot more cyclists are now empowered, and they know what they want from their city, and they know the kind of city they envision for themselves. So the lowest hanging fruit is changing the people's perception and the culture that we have as citizens. And then after that, once we get everybody hooked on bicycles, now we can start, tackling the policies and the laws, and now hopefully transform all the roads that we have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cyprian. I think you actually had some really heavy points to reflect on. Perhaps that's why you actually took the break. And the way in which you tell the story of how vulnerable road users experience the street differently or mobility differently, from a woman to a mother who is perhaps working with children, to cyclists and pedestrians, is actually a reality check that invites us as built environment professionals to really think about all these groups when we think about mobility and the way in which we move in the city. The other thing that you also underscore is the fundamental role of the civil society in debunking the myth that cycling is a poor man's means of transport and a rich man's hobby. I think it's around culture change and attitude change that Juliet also talked about. And this is, again, one of the roles of urban planners, activism, which I think you really bring home. I think one of the things that you also highlight really well, and this is something that is subtle, I don't know if many people saw it, but the challenging of data. That critical mass Nairobi is actually challenging data and evidence. So whose evidence are we using? Are transport planners using when they talk about improving mobility, improving cycling opportunities? When you talk about 4%, what really is this? It's data according to who? And I think it also invites us to encourage in various spaces, not only in mobility, but also in public space and placemaking, the central role of building a critical mass of people who are actually consuming the service. The other thing which I think we also challenge us to reflect on is policy and institutional advocacy. Again, going back to implementation that Juliet was talking about, how do we ensure that we create stronger institutions that can actually improve systems and can lead to transformative change? Do we have questions? We are running behind schedule, so we have to close this, unfortunately, in the next 5 minutes. We've gone 5 minutes, 10 minutes rather, beyond time. But if you could just allow us for the next 5 minutes. Any burning questions?
Hi, Mark. I can see there's some engagement in the chat. Yes, we can allow you to finish up in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. We have a lot of engagement in the chat from different persons. I can see some of the questions have been answered, but if I can just quickly go through them. Okay, we have Bashir Noor saying, great work. The discussion brings out real life urban challenges and recommendations on how to tackle them. Very eye-opening, much appreciated. Adam Mohammed said, I had a ride on one of the electric PSVs, wonderful, awesome. I didn't feel like going back to the petroleum-driven ones, big up. Lorraine says, hi Chris, great presentation. In the Kenyan situation, what would be the best way forward with BRT? Redesigning from a holistic point of view, or work with what we currently have and correct or amend as we continue to implement. Anthony Ayeko, to add on the use of electric transport, I think that offering conversion services for fuel buses to be converted to electric buses will help in a long way. Iganjo Mutai says, to Rombus, you have launched your product about 3 to 4 times. What particular challenge are you facing in the rollout? Juliet Rita asks, come to think of it, it is a shame that Kenya Power, it's a comment, come to think of it, it is a shame that Kenya Power, in brackets Kengen, don't use electric cars. David Iluve says, great down-to-earth discussion in Kenya. How do we implement the emerging insights? I'm assuming insights by the different presenters. Penny Nandegwa says, thanks for including children caregivers and disabled and elderly in designing your buses. I'm assuming yes, great initiative to Dennis Wakaba and Rome Electric. Stephen Bekor says, what is the status of BRT on Thika Road? Any ideas as to what is the actual design for lane separation, if any? Dennis Wakaba is actually attempting to answer one of the questions. Kengen and Kenya Power are producing electric vehicles currently. They must lead by example. We should be seeing some on the road in a month. Chris goes to Stephen, the earlier plans envisioned physical separation for the BRT lanes at stations, but we would recommend extending the separation along the entire corridor to improve safety and prevent private vehicles from getting into the bus lanes. So Elizabeth Omshiri, I applaud the good initiatives such as the electric buses and cycling on our city roads. However, previous initiatives like the smart buses, e.g., face long-term sustenance and citywide, rather county-wide upscaling. What and how are the intentions ensuring this doesn't happen and that we achieve an intergenerational benefit of these good sustainable mobility solutions? For example, are these initiatives integrated within the wider city spatial vision plans and policies? How about the multiple stakeholder governance? Long live to such timely solutions. Richard, pedestrians, you're rightly saying, do suffer as consequence of Okay, pedestrians, I guess if I can just paraphrase, commending the speakers and saying that whatever they're saying is accurate with his perception as pedestrians suffer, the consequence of perception and general attitude. Roy Gevaiga, perception is one of the things that limits the growth of cities and allows infrastructure breakdown, especially from the eyes of the people who can change systems, who have the experience working the streets in support of the speakers. Yes, I don't think there are any more questions. The rest are just comments. All right. Yes.
Yeah, I guess it's that time when we have to close. Everything that starts well ends well. At least that's what we think where I live. And I would like to end with this question. What can we all do as built environment professionals to improve urban mobility? What is our role? What is the role of the urban planner? What is the role of the urban designer, the engineer, the architect, the landscape architect? If we look at the streetscape, do we see the different institutional roles that we all can play? Can we use that as a template to rethink mobility and the way in which we move in the city? Guys, thank you very much. It's been a joy and a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Mark. That was an amazing session. It was actually very fun and very enjoyable. We really enjoyed hearing from our speakers. Our speakers really did an amazing job, and we loved how one speaker laid base for the next speaker to take it up to the next one, and also looking at not only one issue, but also the cross-cutting issues when you talk about inclusive urban mobility. We had a glimpse of the future. We talked about what we would like to see in the future implemented, and we really enjoyed the discussions. I don't think I'm speaking for myself, I'm speaking for everyone, seeing as the number of comments we got, the engagements we got, even just going back to look at our concept board. It's really grown from those few lines that we had, and it has actually now blown up due to a lot of engagement from the members. And this was really informative. I guess one thing I can ask the speakers, for those who had presentations, please share with us your presentations so that we can add them to our final report. We will also be having a declaration on Monday, and we will share information about this, but we will share more information about this and invite you to the declaration. And we hope that you will be joining us, and all the recommendations that are shared here, we will work to see how can we put them together and what is the way forward, so that we don't just come to forums and discuss, and after the forum that's done and dusted and we move on, but what are some of the resolutions that can come from this, and how can we move them forward? So once again, thank you very much. I had an amazing time, and I know a lot of people had an amazing time. It was very informative. It was very enjoyable. The speakers were top tier. They were well-rounded, tackling different aspects of urban mobility. Thank you. Please feel free to join us for our next session. Feel free to ask your questions. I can see all of you have actually answered all the questions you were being asked in the chat box. And have a great day. Have a great session. We will share the report and we will get back. So to keep time, I would like to invite our next moderator. Our next moderator is Landscape Architect Ruth Wanjiku. Please take the stage, open it to your panelists to be able to introduce themselves, and for us to have an amazing last session. We started with a bang. I hope we continue with a bang, and the session continues being enjoyable. Landscape Architect Ruth, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Alo, for that. And thank you to the panelists who are taking us through the first session. As Alo has just summarized, that it was quite an informative session and has set the stage for this final UTC session. And in this session, we have quite a panel that is experts in a variety of, I would say, issues that we'll discuss today. So that we keep time and so that I don't use a lot of the time we have. I would like us to go into this session, which is looking at adaptation and resilience in urban management. And we shall be focusing on climate change and just how as cities we can become more resilient in the face of all the different things we are facing. In addition to climate change, we have other issues of poor housing. We have, as we have just had the discussion, poor mobility. So how do we address all these issues, even as we move forward, even as cities continue to grow, as we know, our cities are going to continue to grow. And I would like us to start the session by discussing some of the initiatives that have been done by some organizations in Nairobi. So I'd like to invite Humphrey Otieno, who is the coordinator of Safer Nairobi Initiative, Nairobi City County, and he's been involved in placemaking, and I would just like to find out with the different, this has been placemaking week, and there has been different activities that have been done across Nairobi, and they're continuing to be done. So what lessons can we draw from placemaking, and what long-lasting solutions can we get from these activities, and what lessons can we learn so that we create a better city for our people? Humphrey? Humphrey, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm on, you can get me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm on route, so I'll want to switch my video off so that I don't get distracted. Yeah, is that okay?
That is fine. Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So to start with, my name is Humphrey Otieno, as you have already said. I'm the coordinator of Safer Nairobi Initiative. Safer Nairobi Initiative is a project coordinating office between UN Habitat and Nairobi City County. This started way back in 2002 when we first did what we call a crime victimization survey. And through that survey, we were able to get quite disturbing findings. And those findings led to what we call the crime prevention strategy, which was developed and adopted by the city government, including the national government. So this included quite a number of 3 key areas. So one was issues a pillar to deal with governance. Number 2 was to deal with the social issues, and then number 3 was to deal with the issues of political goodwill, and finally the issue of finance. So under that, we've had quite a number of initiatives and just re-engineering or rethinking the city that time. One of the, quite a number of things, interventions were done. We focused on 4 key areas. So one was how do we deal with the at-risk groups? How do we deal with the public spaces? How do we deal with the issue of mobility and the issue of housing? So it touched on those 3 critical areas. Of importance, just to mention, is that on at-risk groups, which focused on youth, children, PWD, and the elderly, we kept on asking ourselves, so how do we get this population out of vulnerability? And quite a number of interventions were introduced. So those interventions including how do we deal with the public spaces so that we have an all-inclusive public space. So our key intervention areas at that particular time were in Korogosho and Kibra. So we looked at quite a number of public spaces and what we can do to make them more inclusive. Through that, we were able to get very positive results. And I think there's been quite a number of transformation in those 2 settlements that I've alluded. And those results led to now a citywide kind of intervention. Focusing on public spaces, we developed what we call, we adopted what we call crime prevention through environmental design. So it's planning, it's a planning concept, but how do we, because crime is a planning issue. So how do we plan our city? How do we make sure that all these issues are taken into consideration? So we realized that actually, because safety and security has been alluded to be a police kind of function, but we after this intervention, we realized that actually it is not a police, because police deals with enforcement. So actually, crime prevention, it is more of an urban planning. It requires a lot of urban planning interventions. So fixing the lights, making sure that the roads are accessible, making sure there is connectivity and how we move people, making sure that if it is environment, where do we have collection points, and how regular do you make sure that those waste are picked? How do we have drainage facilities so that there are no flooding and all this kind of thing? So it is a planning bit, because police won't do that. So we begin to look at crime prevention from a community policing, from a community policing perspective. So this changed the whole narrative, and even how the county or the council then used to think about issues of safety and security. And therefore, the role of the county becomes very critical. Then under, so this concept of SEPTED, or crime prevention through environmental design, we did quite a number of things in trying to bring back the city to its lost glory. We did walks at night, and during that time we were collecting data just to understand how the city operates at night and how safe it is. We also did, we looked at frameworks to address those kind of things. And this is where the concept of public-private partnership also began, because at that time we brought in Adopt a Light, so that we start this initiative of lighting the city. A number of intervention in different parks, and this included Uhuru Park. By that time, there was a lot of crime in Uhuru Park. So we lit Uhuru Park. We made sure that all the waste are picked. We made sure that it's neat and attractive. And those principles have been driving us to date. On mobility, we tried as much as possible to look at to pedestrianize and increase more pedestrian walkways. And our first initiative, our first project was Mamangina Street. For those who know where IMAX is, it was formerly Kenya Cinema. So pedestrianizing that corridor, at the beginning, the business people didn't understand what we were doing, but after the transformation, they really appreciated the intervention. And I can tell you that the businesses have appreciated in that particular corridor since that intervention was undertaken. And quite a number of business areas in other streets also adopted the same. So we've seen, as part of lessons in your question, we've seen quite a number of lessons learned, and one of them is engaging the private sector in the whole transformation agenda. Also, I think one of the key things also that I want to mention is the role of placemaking or tactical urbanism in providing solution. I think number one, it helps with the research, and it helps you with information, actually hands-on information. Then also number 2, you get buy-in from people, from community, from stakeholders. They have a buy-in because you test before you transform. So I think one of the things that I can say about placemaking or tactical urbanism is that it shortens the process of transformation. Yeah, and that's a lesson that we need to pick. It shortens the process of transformation. For you guys who work in the built environment, you know, sometimes it takes long, these processes. Either approvals, either drawings, either just to come to agree on a particular initiative takes long. It takes long. But through tactical urbanism or placemaking week, it has proven that it shortens the process, and you have buy-in and people see results immediately. So it's very easy for people actually to buy into this. Lastly, I want to say that, of course, one of the major for lasting solution, I think policy is very key. So as you are aware, in 2010, when we adopted the new constitution, all the former bylaws in the county, they went under. But the question is, who is championing us to get these bylaws into place? So as county officers, most of the times, we keep referring to the bylaws.
Sorry to interrupt. Please summarize in the interest of time.
Yes. I'm just finalizing. We have been keep on referring to the bylaws, which is not the right way. So how can the private sector and the people in the built environment, and specifically AAK chapters, how can you help in developing policies for the county so that we have policy in place? Currently, we are talking about public space, but we don't have policies. Yeah, we don't have policy that guide that particular section. So how can we have more informed policy to help us in this? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Humphrey, for that. And thank you for giving us the background of Safer Cities initiative and placemaking. And it's good to see that you have had results, there has been impact, and communities are embracing this. And I believe this is, the community participating in urban regeneration. And I would like to rope in our next speaker to just talk to us about urban regeneration and its role in climate action, and also in ensuring that communities have social and economic growth, and that there's a whole it's a well-rounded community that has the opportunities, economic opportunities, and it has access to the different facilities, and that you have a good urban environment. So I would like to call upon our next speaker, and just to request our speakers to keep to 5 minutes so that we can manage our time properly. So our next speaker is Dr. Romanus Opio, and he's a lecturer at the Department of Urban Planning, Urban and Regional Planning at University of Nairobi. And he's an expert in matters urban planning, matters environmental planning. And I would just like him to go ahead and tell us how we can link urban regeneration to a better community, better economic opportunities, and a better environment in working towards resilience. Dr. Romanus?
Thanks, Ruth. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah. So in terms of urban regeneration and economic opportunities, I think as an urban planner, there are two things which we need to look at when we look at urban regeneration. One is the process, and secondly is the output or the expected outcome. And to you to appreciate this particular aspect, the process, you should aim at achieving inclusivity. And inclusivity is that first, when you want to regenerate, is for who and why. You need to understand those dynamics in terms of, do you want to improve the services? Do you want to maybe enhance livability and experience and other safety issues here? So in terms of the best urban regeneration program or project should be inclusive. Inclusive in terms of interaction in terms of what are the interactive spaces. Yeah, how do you address the issue of children in terms of their needs? How do you address the issue of women, the gender dynamics? How do you address the people, the old, because we also find the aged people in urban space? How do you address the needs of the people living with disability? And then secondly, look at the issue of the livelihoods, because you cannot separate the social aspect from the economic perspective. So when we integrate these people, what kind of impact does it have in their livelihoods? How does it enhance their livelihood? So that's very important in terms of first looking at the process in terms of the inclusivity. The second thing which I think we need to look at is how do we enhance policy? And policy is not just a one-off. Like you've heard what my brother Humphrey has talked about the victimization survey and the issue of crime prevention through environment design, and so the issue of how you can use the quick wins by using the placemaking. So the next item is institutionalization. How do you ensure that there's a standard practice of doing this so that we are able to have something which you can benchmark and also something which you can look at as a base of a best practice. So at times you do good things, but you don't document them or you don't institutionalize them. And this is now where research meets policy and implementation. And in most cases, we find that most of the research or most of the institution are one-off item or one-off exercise where you don't look at that. So in summary, and so for the sake of other benefits of other panelists, I think my contribution to this is that urban administration must appreciate the process in terms of inclusivity. Secondly, it must also appreciate the issue of livelihoods. And thirdly, it must also look at how can we institutionalize best practices. So that's what I want to summarize from that. Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you, Dr. But before we move on to the next speaker, I would just like to ask you to speak about urban regeneration and building our cities for resilience in terms of climate change. How do we approach that, and what are the best solutions, or what would you propose that we look at?
Thanks. Just in terms of their process, which I think we need to propose. First, this is work we've been doing in Zambia and Uganda in terms of trying to make our urban spaces resilient. First is the issue of data, and data is a major gap in most of African cities. So we need to look at how do we collect this data. And secondly, the right people. Who are the right people? At times we normally think that as experts we are the right people. You need to understand the people who use those particular spaces in terms of the challenges they go through, be it mobility, be it how they recreate and other things. So it's important that we link the users, the needs of the users of those particular areas. And at times we find that we don't appreciate what is called historical data. And if you look at the major threat of most of our urban spaces in terms of resilience, is actually natural disaster driven. So in terms of how do you collect data, the weather pattern for different areas, the highest water point during rainfall season, so that we don't have even our roads being flooded, people cannot access even their basic services. So I think the issue of data is very key, and so the issue of participatory, where you engage with the users, the target users, so target beneficiaries of your resilience project, be it transport, be it urban, be it housing, be it whatever sector. So it's very important to mark that. At times we miss out that as experts, be planners, be architects, we don't have patience to include the users or the beneficiaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Opio. I think what's coming across is the need to involve communities. You've mentioned it, Humphrey has mentioned it, and not to decide for communities, but rather to involve them and to have very clear objectives at the beginning, and also the importance of data, even as we build this solution, so that we are able to benchmark even for future projects. To continue with just the discussion on climate action and urban regeneration and just planning for climate, I would like to call upon our next speaker of the day, Planner Christine Moshiri. She's a planner. She's also the vice chairperson of the Town Planners chapter, and she's a lecturer at the Technical University, and she's also an ESG expert. So I'd like to just call upon Christine to tell us what initiatives can we develop, especially at the grassroots level, towards climate adaptation and mitigation. Christine?
All right, yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me on board. I now see that I'm actually in a very dark zone, but I hope you can get a glimpse of myself to verify that I'm not an imposter. However, I would like to introduce myself. As it has been said, my name is Planner Christine Mushiri, environmental specialist and also urban planner. And this afternoon, I would like to discuss the grassroots initiatives that have been adopted and worked well for climate adaptation and mitigation. And at this point, I would like to share my screen. So give me a minute. Just a minute. I can see I've been given the rights to share. Okay, this is small. And there we go. I hope you can see it on your end. Moderator, please confirm if it's visible.
Yes, it's visible. Please proceed.
All right, so I would like to particularly focus on the role of youth and children in the climate conversation. And this is critical because you will see a lot happening at the moment. We have COP27 that is supposed to take place between the 6th and 18th of November. That is next month. But some of the headlines that we are seeing are actually, nerve-wracking. This is from The Guardian. It says, "I have a voice." So this is an African activist. People are struggling, the African activists, and it's particularly the youth. They are struggling to attend the UN climate talks in Egypt. Why is this critical? You can see the subheader there says that young campaigners from the continent most affected by climate crisis face financial and accreditation difficulties for COP27. Now, what is COP27 this time? The theme is
Christine,
the African. Yes?
Your slides are not moving.
Oh, I have, okay.
Okay.
Maybe it's because I am in share view. Let me see. Okay, so I hope we are now on the same page. Are you on slide 2 with me?
We still can't see anything. So just share again.
Okay, so I hope you can now see.
Yes, now we can see we are on slide 2.
Okay, I will avoid the slide share option. So I will just move the slides as they are. So I was taking us to the subheader here that says young campaigners from the continent most affected by the climate crisis face financial and accreditation difficulties for COP27. Yet the theme of this year's conference of parties is that is called the African COP. So we are calling it the African COP, but then the people who are most needed in that conversation, the communities that every other speaker is talking to, is not involved in this conversation, particularly the youth activists. So they are unable to get to the negotiation tables, yet we see that the matters that are pointed out for discussion are the devastating droughts, flood, fossil fuel projects, all that, but they are not in the conversation. Now, as at the point I was reading this article, not a single young activist from the countries, including Egypt itself, and that is the host country, Burundi, the DRC, Mali, Tanzania, Morocco, Chad, South Africa, Benin, and Somalia had secured a place at COP27. So why are we focusing on young people? Let us first contextualize ourselves with the issue of climate change. Africa is the continent that is most affected by climate breakdown, yet we contribute the least to the climate crisis. But now, only this year, we can see that hundreds of people have died as a result of floods, landslides in Nigeria and Uganda. In our very own country, just 2-3 days ago, again, I saw a headline that Families in Turkana are eating acacia seed pods and papyrus to survive. So we are in dire situation as a continent, as much as we contribute the least to the climate crisis. Now, looking at the young people, and we must begin by taking cognizance of the fact that the nuances and operational definition of the term youth varies from country to country based on various dynamics. And these statistics are borrowed from the UN, whereby the age bracket for the youth is 15 to 24 years. And as at 2019, I'll use that as a reference point because that is when we also have our statistics from the KNBS. There were about 1.2 billion youth. What about the children? The children at that point, that is 14 years and below, they constituted 1.98 billion. So in total, we can say they were about 32% young people in the world. But then when it comes to Africa, the dynamics are a little different. We reckon that in Asia and parts of Asia and in Europe, with the population is the aging population, so more of the older people. But in Africa, we see that 70% of the sub-Saharan Africans are under the age of 30. In Kenya specifically, we are known as a country of the youth, according to our 2019 population and census results, whereby 75% of the population is under 35 years. So what does this mean? That these particular people, they are very critical to every conversation, in every arena, in every jurisdiction conversation, they have to be engaged because they're in one way, in a greater way, affected by whatever happens in the society. Now, to drive this point better is using this case study of Korogocho. It is a research we did with one of the panelists here, Dr. Romanos Opio, in the informal settlement. And this photo, I took it while standing around Korogocho A, and it is of Nairobi River. You can see what the waters look like. They are black, gray. They are a particular color there that is not the usual color of water. And why do I bring this to the conversation? Because as much as this is an environmental concern, it also touches on climate change. And how does it do so? For example, if heavy rains, there's a heavy downpour, there is flooding, this water is going to go to the shelters, the people's homes that are nearby when the banks break. And this could lead to waterborne diseases like cholera, diarrhea, and all those. So in one way or the other, these environmental issues are intertwined with the impacts of climate change. Now, during the research, we found out that it was just done this year, I think I've mentioned that, but most of the issues that the communities feel are the impacts of climate change, for example, is high cost of living. This one was stated by most of the people. And this means that they can hardly afford to meet the nutritional values required per day. They can hardly have 3 meals. Some of them hardly go by a meal a day. Then we've got respiratory issues. There are very heavy winds that blow around. In fact, several times when we were on site, we could see wild winds of polythene bags flying in the space. So this just means that the health of the people in the communities is compromised because of the Dandora landfill site. And then there's loss of lives. This could be as a result of flooding, all these kinds of diseases and what have you. Destruction of property as well as a result of flooding, heavy downpour, the winds blowing off the iron sheet and the like. Now, specifically, I wanted to look at 2 of the initiatives that we found on ground working very well. And one of those is Green Solutions. And the objective of this group was to provide sustainable livelihoods for the youth, clean water and curbing air pollution in Korogocho. So you can see it's very derived from the impacts of climate change, and it is working, the group was geared towards mitigation and adaptation. So the members of these groups is youth, both male and female, and some of these are actually all of them are members of this. I was with them there. And the achievements of this particular initiative is that they managed to clear the dam site near the park. They were also able to move structures along the riparian. You can imagine them being able to mobilize the community to move away from the riparian and reserve and maintain that riparian reserve. And then construction of gabions, planting bamboo trees, which will act as carbon sink for purposes of meeting the goal of curbing air pollution. and also creating the Korogocho People's Park, and we're going to see that in images. I know pictures speak very well. So we can see the construction of gabions taking place here, the clearing of the riparian reserve. And then this is the result. We can see a canopy of wonderful trees, including bamboo, that line this walkway. And then here, the most beautiful picture, these are children playing on that beautifully done green grass. So we can see now the first People's Park. And when you research about Korogocho People's Park, you're going to see in the internet beautiful pictures of how pictures and conversations of how Green Solutions, a group of youth that were initially committing crime and what have you, and I've heard the previous speaker, Humphrey Otieno, talking about crime prevention from a community policing perspective. These were youth that were engaging in those activities. And when you talk to them, they tell you, we know how it is done, we know the people that do it. So we are policing and ensuring that that doesn't happen. Green also gave them an opportunity to earn a livelihood. They got payment from the same. Once they do the cleanup and planting of trees and grass, they get compensated for the same. And that way, there's no need to mug and commit crime anymore. Then these are other images of sustainable urban farming practices for food security. So still along or near the riparian reserve, they are doing this urban agriculture. So you can see this vertical farming that is taking place over here because of the limited space within the slum. So they have to be very innovative. And then again, because of the issue of water and lack of water for that purpose, then they employ drip irrigation and other means that are less water consuming. So there's another initiative. I would tell you that there are about 10 initiatives in this community, but I chose to focus on 2 that have done significantly and magnificently well in this society. And this is Hope Raisers Initiative. Again, similar to what we've seen in the previous one, the membership is of the youth. Now, the objective of this particular initiative was to counter the environmental degradation and climate-related threats. And some of their achievements, and also this is really a case that has been studied even globally. I've seen others who've written from the United States and Europe about this particular initiative, because they were able to increase climate awareness through digital storytelling, whereby you record your story and that story is aired, could be on TV, on a local radio station, or on a WhatsApp group. So this is digital storytelling. You tell people how, there was this strong wind that blew off the roof of your house, that is what climate change looks like. Those are some of the signs and the signs that climate change is actual, it's real, it is with us in this society, and we need to take proactive action towards the same. So this was a very good creative way, a smart approach to communicating the issue of climate change. And then building the community's technological literacy, because when they were doing research, when this group was doing their research, they were able to train people on how to use various gadgets and technology to collect and use data. By the way, it is because of this technological literacy that as we were doing our research on a paper that we wrote with my co-panelist here, we were able to employ this same youth to conduct research with us, because they are very well versed with how to do the same. And then they were also able to achieve the establishment of a carbon sink pocket park at Daniel Komboni Primary School. This is very important because this took place at a primary school that has over 1,000 kids. So what happens is these 1,000 kids are now aware of that climate change is real first, and this is how it looks like, and this is how we can mitigate it by probably planting bamboo trees to act as carbon sinks. And therefore, they will preach the same to their siblings and their parents. So you can see the long-lasting impact that this has in terms of even behavior change. And then the other achievement is that they were able to integrate the local groups with the government on the other side. So they were able to interact with the environment department, and they were able to even air their views on the same. So as I conclude, there are a few takeaways that I would like us to go with. And one is that the climate agenda ought to be simultaneously promoting environmental benefits and the socioeconomic well-being of the people. This has also been mentioned by Dr. Opio, that if you're telling people that you need to separate waste, you must also tell them, it is not only for the basis of looking at streets that look beautiful and providing aesthetics to a community. You can as well use that waste as a source of revenue. How? You can sell the raw waste to companies like Mr. Green that take up plastic waste, and then you can earn a living out of it. So you have to demonstrate the socioeconomic benefits as well. And then it's also a clarion call for more youth. We can see youth are taking action, but we want more to champion the agenda of climate change through community-driven solutions. And it's also a lesson that children play a significant role in transformative climate change. And this is facilitated by the fact that they may comprehend climate change implications better, because we're in an era of technology where in Internet of Things, information is all over. So they're able to learn these, and then as opposed to adults, and then this augments the possibility of human behavior through pro-environmental deeds. It's also important to learn that we can engage and endorse the smart approaches to climate literacy, like using comics if you want to reach out to the youth, art, music, local radio stations, community opinion leaders, and chief barazas. They're very essential in some communities still. And then there's need for collaboration and active dialogue between the governing and the governed. So I'd like to end there, and I welcome questions. Back to you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Christine, for that insightful presentation, and especially highlighting that the people who are going to be affected by climate change are not at the table, and how do we get them to the table? And just to start changing the culture, in the last panel, those a very important point that we need to change our culture towards mobility, but I think we also need to change our culture towards environmental management, and I think it's important to see that there's a group that is starting in a place where there are young children, and to see what impact that has. So to continue the conversation on grassroots initiatives, I would like to call upon Arthur Adair. Arthur Adair is a landscape architect. He's also an architect, and he's a co-founder of KDI. So just like to ask him to tell us how green spaces have been used, especially in informal settlements, to build resilience for the communities, and how do we create long-lasting solutions, especially in these spaces where most of these settlements are very temporal.
Thank you very much, Ruth. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yes, I'm going to just share my screen and do a presentation. I hope you can see my screen. So first I'll start with an apology, which is not something that you should ordinarily do when considering a presentation. I'll just, because it then suggests that people will not get to hear what they were hoping to hear. I think there was a bit of a confusion as to which session I would be in. And there was an earlier session where KDI presented. So really had prepared something slightly different from the KDI perspective, and this was more on a personal journey. But just very quickly, as we speak to, I'll just do the quick introduction on the KDI part. And I think this is just to the overall vision of KDI, which is to essentially advance equity and create good spaces in under-resourced, and contribute to the unrealized potential of the city. I think what it is that when we first founded KDI, the thought was around what we called bringing landscape architecture to marginalized communities. We've since changed that term from marginalized to under-resourced, because what you then find is that a majority of the time in informal settlements, it is really a lack of resources drawn out of long-standing failures in policy, in planning, in equitable development. And so really the thought at that time was that one of the most important things to do, and one of the easiest spaces to begin to participate in is in public spaces, in parks, in open spaces, in open spaces, and that
Adele, we can't see any presentation. Sorry to interrupt.
I've not started the presentation.
Okay,
don't worry. I'm giving an introduction on KDI, as I explained, first and foremost, because my presentation is going to be slightly different. And I hope I'll manage all that in 5 minutes. So let me see how fast it'll go. Yeah, so what KDI did, and as I've been mentioned, founded in Kibera, has been working, has done several what we call productive public spaces. And I think that was really the beginning of thinking about things from a resilient perspective, whereby a space should not just either be about green or about playgrounds, but should be able to provide the community economic opportunities, should also be environmentally sustainable. And so Jack walked through a number of those things earlier on. I think KDI has been going from strength to strength. I'm now mainly a board member on the KDI front. And lately, and this is what I'm really going to present, I've been trying to rethink how I view the city. And I really prepared this presentation from the previous group, which was discussing mobility. And I felt that there were many ways to bring the things together. And so I'm calling this Finding the City One Sketchbook at a Time. And of late, what I've been doing, the hat I'm currently wearing, and the hat I'm going to kind of talk to, is about being an urban sketcher, about seeing the city and understanding what the city is. You can't really develop spaces if you don't really figure out what the city occupies. And I'm speaking very fast, but I hope you guys are catching. So this is when 844 was still close to CBC. This is my standard 8 assignment for art that was actually marked. I think I got an A in art, so that's okay. And the topic was transportation in my country, 1987. There are those of you who can understand that image and get a perspective of it. But when I was looking at this lately, it began to tell me what I perceived the city to be as a standard 8 kid. And you have this road and this green open space, and then what we would call town, which is the CBD in the background. And so I started around 2013 looking and saying, can I understand the city through sketching it from life? This is a sketch from the top of KICC, and I think it embodies the whole notion that we aspire to, green city in the sun. I think you're looking at Kenyatta Hospital, Raimtula Towers, there's that Parliament building, which had not been done by the time I did it. And intriguingly, there's still a lot of green because from up there, it's quite, it does get quite interesting. And this was Uhuru Park, 2017. Now, suddenly you go to a slightly lower level, but you're seeing essentially what is a picturesque park drawn out of Capability Brown and all those guys. I need to move a lot faster. Then this I sketched while we were doing, Railway City was being presented, this AAK thing. And I figured this is what everybody is aspiring to in terms of wanting a nice new city. This is Kileleshwa. I was just contemplating that 20 years ago when I graduated, none of these buildings were there. And what I began to see more and more is people do not have a desire we don't understand density and how to work with density. So I have this thing that I call core ground. And when you get closer to the ground, you discover the city is very different. Someone talked about affording the streets to commerce, to sales, and this happens. This is what is happening in Nairobi majorly. I like this mango guy here who is actually mobile and selling mangoes. And it began to make me think, this is of course Toi, and this is a road that was taken over. The road still kind of works, the public space kind of works, but what are we really contemplating around these things? And when we begin to discuss resilience and green spaces. I say green with with a bit of emphasis, because that's what the topic had asked us to speak. And again, and market space in Sagana, very similar in character. So that brought me to the thought, and this came from books which I've been reading on urban economics. I specifically want to suggest Order by Design by Alain Bertrand, Triumph of the City by Ed Glazer. And I was reading these books and beginning to see the disconnect between planning, between design, and between urban economists, and how we need to understand the economics of the city and what the market wants and what the market is delivering. And it struck me that the greatest source of solution so far has been the 50 by 100. I'm sure if we do population counts, that's been where the biggest population growth is happening in the city. And it made me wonder, how much do we participate in really planning and designing those spaces? Because this is where our largest populations are growing and still growing, moving. And that was in Saika. This is in Mukurweini, and it's similar character and Kereini town to what we have. This is the famous pipeline. And suddenly you're beginning to look and understand, how come it is that we don't participate, and how do we deal with open spaces and planning? And so this drove me to the current study, and I think I'll be concluding shortly, in which I'm saying, how do we relook at this 50 by 100? They're still being sold, they're still growing. We will keep complaining that they're not following building codes. We will keep complaining that the wrong thing is being done. In terms of most of them, I'm sure, were planned for single family dwelling, in terms of the fact that when they're subdivided, everybody will say they'll give 10% to public space, but we're not very clear where that public space happens. We are not really looking at what will happen with the frontage, with the streets, and how do we bring all these things together, because this is really the town in the next 10, 15 years as climate conditions, and I mean as climate change begins to become more and more difficult. But, and again, I like to say that I am doing all these things in my sketchbook as I begin to rethink. And somewhere there you might see I'm asking solid waste management, I'm asking sanitation, I'm asking size of the street, I'm asking, do we need parking, do street trees thrive? This you'll notice in my sketch are all public service vehicles. How do you connect this to the greater public service system? Do you need 10% in terms of public space? Does that go into a single large space when you divide, or do you do it in several small blocks? And just very quickly, I realized that, hold on, what we understood as urban was not, we understood CBD and then really peri-urban, because we considered that you'd then go put building blocks in independent plots, wall them around, green parks, have a park for every number of population, rather than maybe look at it from the perspective of Singapore, who said everybody will live within 400 meters of a park. How do we rethink all this so that our green spaces, in addition to thinking about how they will support infrastructure, how they will be sponges, how they will have all the good environmental and technical issues that we understand, also make economic sense to the people and allow them to get ownership and defend. And I think that goes hand in hand with some of the work that was just being presented earlier. And so I think I have gone 3 minutes over. I'll want to cut it there. It's really me saying that our solution to thinking about green urban spaces, thinking about resilience, the difficult part is really in the 50 by 100s. The other parts I'm sure we'll be able to fix. But it's all this team effort, bringing all these things together in terms of urban thinkers. So I hope I've not spoken about informal settlements. I spoke about really us shifting perception to try and figure out what is happening in the areas that are growing fastest in our towns, not just in Nairobi, but in our local towns all over. It's this 50 by 100. How do we plan for it better? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Adele, and for just showing us sketches and what sketches can really bring out. You know, as you said, you should not plan for something that you don't understand, and maybe you should invite us to the next sketch so that we can all show up with our sketchbooks and remind ourselves. And I think it's you brought up a very important point in terms of especially housing, where we do this 50 by 100. Now we even have 40 by 60. So it's actually getting worse in terms of subdivisions and what impact that does, especially on our urban landscape, and even in terms of the type of housing that we provide. And I would like to bring on one of the other panelists, who is an urban designer, and she's a public and policy advocacy specialist. That is Robin Emerson, who is the African Housing Forum Manager at Habitat for Humanity. And just continuing with that discussion on providing decent and affordable living spaces. How can we work towards it in the light of all the different challenges that we are facing as urban areas, as a country, and even as we our contribution even towards how do we develop a real estate developments that are human driven, that are looking at the human being, not at the pocket. And how do we anchor this to ensure that we are also cognizant with the environmental challenges that we are facing? Robin, welcome.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. Ruth, can you hear me? Just want to confirm.
Yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to follow behind my fellow board member at KDI. So Arthur, thank you so much, very much for that handoff. That was a very smooth handoff. Thank you so much. And greetings to all at AAK, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I'm also going to be brief and also pick up from that. Habitat for Humanity is going to be one of the only, I think it's actually the only organization that's going to be at COP27 that is talking about and bringing the housing issues to the COP27 event. So we've heard Christine talk about youth and the role and the absence of youth voice at COP27. I'm also happy to, also bringing another missing voice as we talk about, green and sustainable issues, and that is housing. So let me just share a presentation here. And so I'll also want to make certain that I stay on time and get started here. So I believe you can see my screen. Let me just do this, share my screen and proceed. So as we are moving to COP27, there are things that we know, some of them are knowns, a lot of it is knowns. And as we talk about cities in Africa, we talk about housing, I'm just going to do a brief highlight of some of the things that we're saying that we hope to see and we want to bring on the table. And we know that many of our partners are there and they're going to be bringing these up. But these are some of the areas that from Habitat for Humanity, as well as several other organizations, we want to be thinking about prioritizing that building resilience with the urban poor. The number of people, if we start to put our focus to where the large quantity and the numbers of people are across Africa, that's going to have us rethink what are our prioritization of policies, of actions. And we've heard our colleagues talking about mobility coming from the perspective of people that are using these infrastructure in the masses. We also need to be thinking the same in regards to housing. And so putting those local partnerships for resilience, prioritizing inclusive climate action. I think that's come up here several times as whose voice is leading. I was glad to hear that came up a lot yesterday in the Makuro presentation, and encouraging support low cost and locally led innovations. So, so this one, as we look at energy, these are just some of the areas and some of the suggestions and ways that we are hoping that comes up, and we start to move some of these policy recommendations and ideas into implementation, into test and case studies for us to see how this actually does come about. I hope that we pick up on some of these. So this is from an energy perspective. I won't go through all of these, but hopefully we can, as partners, some of us will pick up on some of these ideas and we'll move them forward. From the water perspective as well, this is what each of us from different perspectives can be doing, both the governments at local and national levels and private sector. You know, how are we implementing the installation of better water efficiencies? How are we proposing that these buildings and scale designs are integrated some of these activities? I mean, I got to tell you at a personal level, I use gray water. I use gray water all over the place in my home, and I've implemented in my compound, and we're also moving it to the street. But how can we get that to a greater level and bringing that inside of some of our designs? Another one is we want to look at here, we want to implement this at other levels, and we're making certain that waste is brought about. So how are we greening this supply chain? Who is stopping to look at each step and each phase along the supply chain, where those opportunities are? Are we looking at and the plugging, or are we saying at my level, I'm doing what I can do. I hope that the other partners, or if they do it or don't do it, that's on their own, own device. And so how are we making certain who is actually looking at that's the supply chain connections and who is advising on that? So we're hoping that there's a better connectivity on this work. And then side of the finances, I'm glad to see we're seeing more green bonds that are coming on board. We're seeing more activities, but what else can we be doing? How can we be providing greater climate literacy? How can we be integrating, informal collective saving schemes and doing more of that? So we're hoping to see more of that coming about so that we can start to implement and take this at greater scales. In addition to infrastructure, we've heard several of our colleagues speaking about infrastructure already, but we want to see this brought into at the COP conversation, and how can we bring this back and onboard these and more. So I do have some direct recommendations that we have. And so allow me to actually, share the message that we are going to be taking to COP27. Habitat for Humanity has had a drive of a vision of a world where everyone has a decent place to live. And today we face an unprecedented global housing challenge, which is being further exacerbated by an unprecedented climate challenge. We know this. And right now, more than 70 counties countries around the world where we are working, climate change is having a far-reaching impact. And this is a very much known phenomenon. This is not news to any of us here. But without affordable and adequate shelter, the vulnerable groups around the world, in the least developed world, they're going to find this adaptation needs that just going to be harder and harder to meet. And so families that are living in those inadequate shelters, they're becoming unprepared for the shocks that they're encountering from the growing threats from climate change around the world. And so Habitat for Humanity is going to be bringing the conversation at COP27 and uniquely asking that inadequate housing is, as it's defined, it's having low habitability qualities. And so what can we do that we can increase or reduce the shocks? And we want to bring this on board and have it front and center at COP27. How can we lower the risk of houses being damaged by climate-related events, such as increasing around the world powerful typhoons? And we know that we are seeing flooding across Africa. We've seen that in Malawi, we've seen that in South Africa, and currently right now in Nigeria, the floods are displacing thousands of people and they're losing lives. And so the greatest asset of any household is their home. And loss and damage of one's house, it has an economic, it has a social, it has a health, it has a livelihood impacts, and long-term recovery, it just takes years for people to get back to where they were already at a position of vulnerability. We've seen that with COVID, but this also impacts to climate issues. And so here are the priorities that we're putting on the table at COP27. we're putting on the table that this conference calls for governments and agencies to address those housing needs, particularly for the most vulnerable and those living in informal settlements, as a plan for mitigation and adaptation efforts. And we're supporting the intergovernmental panels on climate change, where we're prioritizing that housing, affordable housing is one of there. And we're asking stakeholders, each and every one of us here, we are stakeholders, that we are saying those that are most impacted, but have had the least contribution to these climate change, that they are prioritized. So I think that that is, really what I want to say is that for us, we're bringing to the conversation on that road to COP, we're asking each and every one of us to be clear about the ask that we want on the table there at COP, that we're representing voices that would not have the opportunity to be represented, because climate change is here, it's real, and it's making real impacts and real changes. So I think that as professionals, we talk about greening and all of the real technical items about greening, those are known amongst us. But how can we bring into we want to encourage us to bring into those conversations the actual opportunities and conversations for greening in this sector, that it's raised at that platform and we all are there and pulling for it together. So Habitat for Humanity has a couple of events that we're hosting at COP27. We invite you to stop by and attend those events and be there with us, as well as what you are doing in our partnership. So I just wanted to share these events and the information about them. So we have one event talking about future-proofing the built environment, unlocking finance for inclusive and resilient housing. So that's going to be happening there on the 10th. And then we're also talking about what is that missing billion, how to ensure equitable, sustainable, and climate resilient housing for residents in affordable housing. So thank you again for the opportunity to be here. Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you, Robin. And just bringing to the fore the issues of housing and how we can tackle the inequities and the effects we are going to get from climate change, and how to ensure that we have decent housing for all. I would like, just even as we're talking about housing and affordable housing, to bring on our final panelist, who is architect Roy Gevega. He's a sustainability lead at Mambo Heritage, and he's also a KGBS board member. That's Kenya Green Building Society. And I would like to ask him to just building on what Robin has presented, what the other panelists have presented. How do we ensure that when we're talking about affordable housing, that we're also talking about climate and we are tackling climate action, and that the construction materials that we are using that are suitable, how do we incorporate this even as we do affordable housing and just real estate in general? How do we incorporate climate action into construction materials? Architect Roy Gevega.
Thank you very much. That was a loaded question, but I would like to say there's a lot that I really do agree with what all the panelists before me have said with regards to the fact that there's a lot of synergy when it comes to the talk of climate change. And Robbie just mentioned something about low habitable conditions with regards to informal urban settlements, or rather informal settlements, where you see there's a rise of these informal settlements, and it's generally because of a couple of conditions, urban flight, etc. But it's because they're cheaper and they're easily accessible. However, when it comes to building materials and construction building materials for that matter, and how do you make sure that these are sustainable, how do that affect affordable housing, there's a lot that we as at KGBS that have been working on in the past, I would say maybe 12 months. This is research towards affordable housing and basically the costs that actually go towards that. And if I can just share my screen, let me just do this. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Now we can see it.
You can see it. Okay, fantastic. So one of the things that we've been looking at ideally is trying to redefine what affordable housing really is, also trying to redefine what sustainable construction materials really are. So we've come up with a library of sorts, a KGBS. It's called the Jenga Green Building Materials and Services Directory, that aspires to be a one-stop product for displaying the entire supply chain of sustainable building materials and services. So when it comes to the construction materials, just to keep it simple, this is the use of locally available construction materials that have a direct effect to the affordability of housing. If you look at traditional settings, housing was generally affordable as a built material because it was sourced from man's immediate environment. So that limits transport, reduces all that cost that comes with construction building materials, and trying to go back to something sort of similar to that aspect will generally now start talking about how to reduce this cost with regards to construction materials. So as I said earlier, typically these are materials that are readily available in large quantities within a region, which takes away the limits of use of transport, consequently reducing the costs. Local building materials can make significant contributions to the construction process if collected responsibly, and thus making them and the process sustainable. One of the most important components of a sustainable building is the materials efficiency. And the correct selection of building materials can be performed by taking their cradle to grave lifetime and by choosing the products within minimal environmental impacts. So housing delivery has many times been inhibited by prohibitive costs of building materials. This problem cannot be reasonably and reliably overcome by merely resorting to the use of locally available materials and without due consideration to the applicable initiative, the cost of processing, and sustainably sourcing of these local materials. Take, for example, burnt bricks is one of the cheapest materials you can find in the market today in some parts of the country. However, the process of bringing up or manufacturing this product has a lot of negative impacts to the environment because of the burning of trees. So that's where it comes to the 3 Rs, as I like to call them. That's the reuse, repurpose, and recycle. These models can be used to utilize a material's life cycle and limit new productions of materials, which is estimated to reduce CO2 emissions by up to 30%. Material costs, social requirements, and the ability to construct quickly will greatly affect the selection of building materials. In an ideal situation, the combination of all environmental, economic, and social factors can give a clear description of a material and in turn help the decision-making process suitable for building. Now, affordable housing refers to the units that are affordable by a selection of society with a median household income or below. So this is info that I've collected from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, which also says 74.4% of employees earn a median gross income of about 50% or below, 50,000 shillings or below per month. And assuming a maximum of 30% of their gross income is spent in housing costs, these are individuals who can rightfully afford to pay rent of 15,000 shillings per month or below. Just give me a second, sorry. So ideally, I'm looking at 3 factors that are influencing the housing crisis in Kenya. One is the housing deficit and the proliferation of slums, limited access to land and affordability, which affordability is one of the key challenges in Kenya, with many people unable to afford to buy or build their own homes. The targeted lower income communities only account for 2% of all formally constructed houses, leaving a large percentage of these communities relying on informal, which is more affordable, settlements. With an 80% deficit, the growth of informal urban settlements is on the rise, and with this causing a risk to communities' well-being. Out of the growing housing demand, an estimated 50,000 units per annum is what is supplied, as opposed to the 250,000 units that is in demand, this creating a clear imbalance in demand and supply. So sustainable affordable housing is defined as a form of affordable housing that incorporates environmental friendly and community-based practices, which attempts to reduce the negative impact that homes can have on the environment through choosing better building materials and better environmental-based designs. In conclusion, I'd like to say this, the level of affordable housing needs in Kenya really comes down to policy and sensitization. We've talked about policy, we've talked about laws and regulations, but those two, policy and sensitization, you cannot work with building without those two. The building code directly affects material specifications and therefore the material costs. Unless it is zoned out, and I believe zoning is one of the effects that are generally needed, or one of the things that is generally needed with regards when we start talking about affordable housing. So zoning, or the overuse of one general code across the country, will impede the development of more affordable housing projects across the board, not only in urban areas. The reason why I say that is put in an assumption, assuming as a country, there is one overall general code, right, that can be used as a reference, where counties generally don't have a specific code that is overrun, or at least can encompass the entire county. That general code is impeding the use of specific materials because each area of the country has its own environmental condition, and I would say different environmental conditions should have specific codes of building. So if we could actually zone out the country into specific environmental conditions, you'd have maybe 6-7 counties under one environmental conditions, and those groups would have their own building code. Still, as you can have one overarching building code that can be specific to the entire country, but you still need specifics, because affordable housing in Mombasa is very different than affordable housing in Kisumu, Central Province, Lodwar, anywhere else. But with that being said, I know that's a very controversial stage to talk about when it comes to architects, but it's one thing that I personally believe that is very important, and I'm an advocate for that. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Rob, for that. Quite a good way to look at it, especially towards sustainable construction materials. And I like what you brought about in the case of the limitations of the building code. And also, we need to look at the whole production cycle, not just saying this material is cheap, but what is it doing to our environment? So it is important that we look at the production cycle and how that is affecting. So are we looking at money, or are we looking at environment, and where is the compromise? So we're almost about to come to the end of this session. So I would like to give all the panelists, starting with Rob, know that you're still on the screen, a minute or two maximum to give your closing remarks, then so that we can move on to the closing session. Rob, go ahead.
My closing remarks might be very controversial with regards to how we look at housing in Kenya. My personal feel with regards to how the affordable housing market is being done in Kenya is, I guess, slightly backwards, because we're looking at, on an average, we're looking at location and cost, but we're not generally looking at the people. So we've talked about how we can generally, when it comes to affordable housing, that we can generally provide homes for people. But who are these people who are affording these houses? Where are these houses being built? What are the materials that are being used in that specific region? There's so many unanswered questions that go into when you start talking about affordable housing, that you start to realize that what we are doing as a nation, as a country, is very backward. So in small, I guess this is my own experience. I lived in a country, I lived in Australia for a bit, where each state itself has its own building code and standardization. The entire country also experiences different climatic conditions. So if we start splitting Kenya with regards to climatic conditions, even Africa itself, with regards to climatic conditions, we start looking at things like vernacular architecture and locally accessible materials, then we can start properly focusing on affordable housing, which will now start, we can even move and shift the direction with regards to just the focus on cities to even the other small towns that are around cities. Connecting all the research together, connecting the affordable housing entities together, connecting even green spaces together as well. There's a bigger conversation that we need to have with regards to materials, affordable housing, climate, and everything else, but that's for another time. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob, for that. I hope Humphrey is still with us. So I'm saying there's a comment here. What are the two practical ways of creating collaboration between the governing and the governed? And I think with your experience in public policy and also having worked with NCCG, you'd be in a good position to respond to that as you give us your closing remarks. Humphrey?
Yes, I think one of the, yes, I'm here. I think one of the govern and the governing, what we have done is like Safer Nairobi initiative is, as I said, we operate an open door policy. So you just walk in to Safer Nairobi initiative, we'll be able to work with you through the process in terms of what is needed or what is required. But through the county, they have developed what we call donor coordination and stakeholder engagement office. So there's that the stakeholders or partners. So I think that is one collaboration. But it has always been, we have been having officers who are very down to earth, and of late have been very working in collaboratively with the governed. So I don't think there's any challenge as far as governing is concerned. My closing remark is, I think based on all the presentations, I think we need to find, number one, policy is very key. Yeah, we need to work on people-centric policies, but people-centric policies cannot come from the government. So I think this is one area that as institutions, the built environment institution, we need to bring them to fore, and especially those, the built environment enthusiasts who are in this forum. That's number one. Number two, we need to embark on low-cost, high-impact interventions, because low-cost, high-impact interventions work. They solve issues within the shortest time possible. So we don't need to, I know we need to make money, but sometimes we get ourselves selfish to the extent that we even forget the general population that we are supposed to serve. So I think let us try and as much as possible make the city much better than we found it before. So those will just be the few from my end. And also the last one is just let us continue having this kind of engagement. Let's talk to one another. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Humphrey, for being part of this panel discussion. I would like to call upon Dr. Opio to give us his closing remarks, and also just to Adair highlighted the issue of the 50 by 100 pandemic, which is going into smaller parcels. How can we address this challenge as we move forward?
Thanks, Ruth. Maybe as I make my closing remarks, I also want to appreciate AAK and UN Habitat for organizing this, and we hope that we can have more of this dialogue to encourage also our young scholars and also young researchers and young practitioners to share their experiences. Yes, that's a hard question here because there's a lot of demand. There's just being cheeky. Architecture there's cheeky, but anyway, there's a lot of demand, and he knows from KDI perspective, especially from the urban poor, and see these are the people who are normally affected by in terms of affordable housing, and so in terms of what you can say is a decent housing. So it's a major challenge, because one of the things which we thought that could help us in this is densification, going high and living green ground, so that you can be able to relate with people, issues, the resources like flooding and everything. So can reduce concretization. So it's a challenge, and the challenge with this, when you go high, will they afford? What are we now? What message are you sending to the urban poor, given the statistics which have been shared here? So I think that's how we can. Those are challenges which we need to deal with. But that's how I view it. In terms of my closing remarks, I think one is the issue of linking science and the practice. Yeah? At times there's a gap, a big gap between the scientific research, data, and all those, and how it influences practice, and also vice versa, because the practice is also supposed to inform science. And also just looking at what Humphrey has shared about the low cost impact intervention. So I'm passionate about this. But the problem is institutionalization. How do we institutionalize these things so that we can be able to pick those good practices to also to change other areas which require such kind of intervention? I think the third one is the issue of literacy, and because we are talking about urban resilience, I think climate literacy is very important, especially for the urban poor and people who have not gone to school, because even at times people who go to school also find challenges in terms of what is climate. So I think when I talk about resilience, it's important to look at how we target this climate resilience. The fourth one is the issue of methodology. At times we are too scientific, and there's a way you can be creative. Yeah, you remember what Christine shared here, the work we did in terms of creative methodology of engaging various stakeholders, so that they don't feel intimidated. They find that things like music, art, those are creative methodology of getting information and getting confidence among the voiceless, who at times they are left out. I think lastly, I also want to appreciate the effort by the Kenya government and what KDI is doing. The special planning area, I think it's something which you need to declare as a way of dealing with informality in Kenya, in Kenya slums. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Opio. And moving on to Robin, there's a question that, not a question, but one of the things that Rob brought about in his presentation was the issue of affordability. So as you give your closing remarks, how do we bridge the gap between affordable housing and social housing? And are we able to differentiate that as a country? Please go ahead.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you, Ruth. I think Kenya has not, we have not done a good job of differentiating between the two. There is a social housing association that does that. And one of the things is Kenya would have to do is make a heavy investment, because social housing is subsidized, is made available for the public to subsidize their housing. Now we've seen this week where President Ruto has said that, is it in Makuru, or I think in Makuru, where he said that they're going to be housing for 5,000 shillings for 1 bedroom, and 6,000 shillings, I believe, for a 2-bedroom. I could be corrected on that. You know, I hope that our sector is evaluating that, to look at its feasibility. What is that going to cost? Is that sustainable? Like, can that be a tool for bridging the gap? So I'd love to see how that's done, and can social housing actually come in? You know, there was a time where we were doing social housing, and we were providing housing for you know, we know that government officials and people that working and so forth, but I think the emphasis and the investment and our financial situation right now is going to prove to be a challenge. So let's see how that we can do this. So I just, inside of my closing remarks, thank you, Humphrey, for saying that, you know, we need policy suggestions to come from stakeholders and people, and we do have some. A recent report that the Terwilliger Center for Innovation and Shelter has thought about that, and looking at the 4 circularity strategies. So if we use less, use longer, make clean, and use again, can all of that be applied to low income housing construction in emerging markets? That's one of the things we're asking us to consider, those 4 areas. It also shows, so we're talking about getting down to a net zero construction and for provision of housing. So we're also, what's also coming out in that report is that despite challenges, markets in developing countries have demonstrated that there is local motivation for this. There's creativity, and we know that there's a drive toward this circular economy to ensure that it can play a key part to address this climate challenge. So we do have some of those policy recommendations. And so we're encouraging that there is sustainable innovation in housing markets and by housing actors, all of us here, through incentivizing the uptake of these new technologies. So how do we do that? Some other recommendation is, how do we continue to engage? And just like Humphrey said there, in encouraging us to do that, how can we do that outside of the UTC's 1 week? How can we continually be engaging and having knowledge and information sharing? And so the adaptability and so forth and the uptake gets at a quicker pace. And then another recommendation is address the loss and the damage effectively, so that this actually becomes a matter of climate justice. And it's going to require a wide range of tools, a wide range of information. And we have to see this as, if we don't address it, it's actually an inequality, it's actually an injustice, and we need to put that right behind it and back it with funding priorities. So these are just a few policies and some things that we want to see that we can focus. And if we can move, I think we've heard a lot of things, come out and share. What I would like to see in UTC in the future is more evaluation of some of these proposals that we've put before here. Can we come back here next year and say, some of the things we've talked about, who's been evaluating them? Who's been looking at the workability of them, so that we can pick up on the lessons learned and go from there? Thank you.
Thank you, Robin, for that, and thank you for those closing remarks. I would like to request Humphrey to answer a question in the chat. Just type the answer into the chat. I'll not give you a moment to speak. There's a question directed to you in the chat. And to the next two panelists remaining, please summarize your closing remarks. I would like to request Christine Mushiri to give us her closing remarks and briefly tell us how we can keep those initiatives that you identified in your presentations, how we can make that sustainable, or are they a 2-year thing? Just briefly, please.
Thank you, moderator, landscape architect Wanjiku. So I would like to actually begin by, there was a question on the governing and governed, and I noted that came out from the presentation that I had made. And I want to believe that the person is asking from a point of being in the category of those being governed. That is an assumption, but forgive me if that's not the case. So among those us, the people that are being governed, one of the things that we can do is be very proactive. Being proactive in organized groups, whereby you come up with the initiatives and then you approach government and government agencies and ministries, departments, engage them for them to be able to give you members that can be co-opted in your organization. So you can begin with working with those people. And I state these with an example of Korogocho itself, whereby they had a Korogocho Climate Adaptation Manifesto. I think it is the first that exists in this country. So you can see that a group that is of an informal settlement has come up to the level of being pioneers, and leaders in climate action. They even have a Korogocho Climate Change Adaptation Committee that is one of a kind, and it's just about being proactive and approaching the right entities. Then the other example I would give is from Residents Association, and glad that we have Robinson here among others. So we have Kilimani Foundation, we have Karengata, and I have worked with a community that I guided on the planning and environmental arena, and this is Red Hill Limuru Kentime Association. They took the proactive role of engaging Kiambu County because they were seeing their coffee plantations are being cut into those, we are talking about the 50 by 100s and what have you. So they approached government and said, look, we want to have a local physical development plan. On top of what you have as a county spatial plan, we have a vision as a community, and we want this to be endorsed by you as a county government for purposes of implementation. So we can see that once a group is organized, their voice is heard. And the other thing would be to volunteer. We have Urban Areas and Cities Act, and it calls for municipal boards to incorporate residents associations, professional bodies, and what have you, but you find that people are really wary to give their time to these, and then we complain that we are not being invited to the negotiation room. So let us volunteer to these activities. As I close, I would like to mention that each of us has a role in this conversation of climate change and climate action. And what I'm saying is that everything that we do, every little thing that we do, when you're thinking about switching on that water dispenser, buying that plastic water bottle and throwing it away in the next 10 minutes after you have consumed, every motor convenience, the switch that you put on, that's a contribution to the carbon footprint. So if you can do something about it, why not? If you can buy a water bottle that you're going to use today, tomorrow, and the month thereafter, why not? So you have a contribution to make. You know, we look at climate action as a policy, high-level discussion that is supposed to come from a government somewhere, but we do not realize that each of us can contribute in one way or the other towards reducing the carbon footprint. And then the youth are the leaders of tomorrow, we say, not tomorrow, today. They have their table, the negotiation table. They have to take up that mantle. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christine. And thank you for reminding us that we can do small things like buying a reusable water bottle. I would like to ask our final panelist, Arthur Adair, to give us his closing remarks and probably give us a direction on the menace of pipeline and other similar neighborhoods in brief.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, my chairman, Ruth, and Madam Chairman, Landscape Chapter. Yeah, I think one of the things just to take off in terms of the closing remarks is where do you start? And what I mean by what was your base before you begin building all the fantastic ideas and all the useful ideas? And that's what maybe as I spoke too fast, I wasn't able to make clear. There was a question around affordability. There's been discussions around planning, around zoning. And one of the interesting things that I picked out coming from the urban economists is one of the guys argued that one of the biggest challenges is that if you do not define your minimal viable product well, it might be priced well above the market. And thus the market will engage in criminality, or in criminality as according to the book. And that's in essence what has happened in the 50 by 100. So because we've not been able to fully define the original base well, and because we have a perception of what we believe the city should be or what we believe the town should be, miss out on certain opportunities. And what I might be just thinking about now, and if we think about the urgency, because we definitely have climate change, there's an urgent need to that, but at this very minute, I can guarantee you that there's somebody who has just submitted 100 acres up into 50 by 100. I can assure you that somebody has just broken ground, building something on a 50 by 100, beacon to beacon. And that's what the market is. That's the minimal viable product that the market can afford. Those guys have priced everything down to the T. So my challenge to us is, as we bring all these things together, how can we go back and understand also a historical perspective and find an origin to when the rain began to beat us, and so that we can begin to move forward in solving some of those additional problems. I'm extremely optimistic. I always tell people that Nairobi has made a lot of great strides from that sketch that I had in 1987, whereby you're hanging literally outside the door of a bus, and to think that now we are maybe 8 times the population, I may be exaggerating that. And while we complain about traffic, what is clearly happening is we are making strides, but not fast enough. And so we need to be able to figure out, that's where the rain began to beat us. Then finally, just to go back to the importance of public space. And one of the most important things about public spaces, that's where the difference in income groups becomes most impactful. People from wealthier income brackets are able to pick and choose their recreation spaces, are able to go long distances to find recreation. In more under-resourced communities, that really becomes a challenge. And now that's really where we need to come back and sit and say that even as we develop everything else, even as we begin to look at housing challenges, building challenges, how do we ensure that they are excellent public spaces, and that these public spaces are definitely inclusive? There are fantastic opportunities which landscape architects can undertake technically, which had been presented in terms of looking at stormwater quality and quantity prevention, at looking at lands for the city. And all these things can be incorporated, commerce into an urban space. But the very first thing that we need to do is define the minimal viable product and then build from that. So it's been very interesting listening to the diverse panelists. Maybe just my parting shot is, I think 5-10 minutes was very short. There are some of these sessions which would have been better served. Each of this could have listened to and had a full discussion and still brought back some of these things into the discussion. But we look forward to several more. Thank you.
Thank you, my senior. I may be your chairman, but you're still my senior in the profession. So thank you very much and we appreciate the feedback in terms of how to comprise the session. So in the future UTCs, I'm sure that will be looked at. So I'd like to thank my panelists who have taken their time to share their wealth of knowledge and experience. So I'd like to appreciate Architect Roy Githaiga, urban designer Robin T. Emerson, Dr. Romana Sopio, planner Christine Moshiri, architect Arthur Adair, and who have I missed? I hope I have mentioned it, and Humphrey Otieno. So thank you very much. And thank you to those who have hung on. I can see we're still quite a number in the audience, and thank you for the questions, and thank you for engaging us, and we look forward to having you in more engagements as AAK, not just for the UTC, but even as we move forward and see how to impact and use our voice and our experience as professionals to change policy and to change the way our cities are. Back to you, Olo. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much, Landscape Architect Ruth. For a moment, I was a bit worried there, but then it was all for nothing. This was a very amazing session with top-tier speakers. Sorry. Thank you again. Thank you so much, Landscape Architect Ruth, for moderating this session. It was very informative. It was actually very enjoyable and quite interesting. All the speakers brought their A game, and it's clearly knocked it off the park. There were very many points and recommendations, and Robin, we hear you. We are not holding a UTC for the sake of holding a UTC. We are definitely looking into what is our next step. Probably a declaration which we will launch next week. We are currently working on the report at the moment, and we'll be reaching out to the various panelists we engage so that they can be able to sign on, and so that we can have something tangible and also be able to monitor, evaluate, see what can be done, and see what changes come the next UTC. So even as we hold our next UTC, we have a benchmark. This is what we set out to do. This is what has been done, and what can be done better as we move on. Also like to thank our audience members for sticking with us from the start till now. I notice a lot of actually familiar names that have been with us through the 3 days of the UTC. And also, Arthur, I hear you. We actually, UTC is one of the many sessions we hold. We will be engaging you more and more and seeing how we can continue to work together. So before I invite our UTC convener, who is also the AK town planners chapter chair, Cyrus Mbisi, to come on board, I'd like us to look at our when, what, where board and see, since we have participated in this session, how many people have engaged us. You can clearly see how interested people were by how much they engaged in our boards. We asked people, what can you do as a person to reduce climate change? I'll just read through the bottom where we had it seen. So we have work remotely. I envy you, by the way. Planting more trees, encouraging everyone in my network to plant at least one tree. Sorry for the trees. Walk and cycle, eating more organic food and planting some, i.e. urban agriculture, such as balcony and vertical gardens, and then plant trees in your farms, garden, parks, sensitize your neighbors on climate change. Yes, deploying electric buses and electric motorcycles for use in the city. After hearing Denise Wakaba's presentation today, also followed by Chris Ko's presentation, I feel that a lot of us got inspired. We also asked people, where did you last go and what transport mode did you use? Just scrolling down to the ones we hadn't talked about. So we have cycle to the office, meeting in a personal car, campus, walked on matatu, personal car to a site, walked to work this morning, matatu, and then walked from the station to the office, used a matatu for very many obvious reasons that were addressed in the second session. I guess it became difficult to translate what we wanted to do on climate change versus what we can actually do. So hoping we can start having solutions and encourage people actually be able to fulfill what they want to do to reduce climate change. And then there was a lot of conversation about public space and how public space contributes to our mental health, wealth and well-being. Also just yesterday from one of our Twitter spaces, I learned something called the bump theory. So being able to live as a community, to interact with many people. So public spaces allow for us to do that. But unfortunately, from the responses I see, most of us have not visited our public spaces in a while. Most of us actually pass public spaces on their way home, on their commutes, and not in a while. Something that was actually looked at, are public spaces available? Are they free? Are they accessible? Something to also look at as we later analyze some of the answers we got. And then we also asked people, what is your destination? What is your dream destination? We had Japan, Aqualand, Italy and Greece, Lisbon, the Netherlands, and then Ireland to see the Northern Lights. Me too. Manifesting all the places you want to visit, manifesting money and future destinations. And then lastly, we asked, what is a sustainable city in your opinion? So just the last few that have been, actually it's just 1, 2, 3. A city where we as professionals don't solve a problem today, which we are aware will create a problem to be solved by others in the future. I feel like we do a lot of that with the attitude being, let's deal with this now, the future will take care of itself. I don't know if anyone else has experienced this, or maybe this has just been my experience. Something to throw towards the built industry professionals. How do we come up with long-lasting solutions? I guess this is also one thing we're trying to solve with our UTC, looking at how we view our cities, looking at how we build. When you're talking about going green, how do we ensure what are the climate actions, and also just listening from what Robin has talked about, what are the recommendations as we go to COP27? What is our input? What do we feel needs to change? And all that. And then we also have a city where every individual has equitable access to affordable basic services in a way that promotes and protects the environment. We are all in agreement. We want clean, accessible, green environments that are inclusive and safe for everyone, that are healthy and beautiful. And then lastly, we have a city that coexists positively within nature and the people and the hinterlands, one where the needs of the people are met, where the sustainable economic opportunities, integrated and cohesive social systems, problems are tackled as they rise, where innovation drives for the city and conserves and protects the environment. Thank you all for participating in our concept board. And if you're yet to participate in our concept board, please feel free to use the link in the chat board to participate. We will use some of this for our reports and the data so that we can have an interactive report and data. The instructions for use are on the far top right. So you can just look at the instructions and participate. And with that, I thank you all. I'd like to now invite the Town Planners Chapter Chair and also the convener of this beautiful UTC, Cyrus Mbisi, to come and take us through the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. We can hear you loud and clear.
Excellent. I'm extremely excited actually to come to this hour of the day. I think that has been a wonderful session moderated by my colleague Ruth Wanjiku, who is also the Landscape Architects Chapter Chair. And I think the panel really consisted of familiar faces. I noticed Humphrey Otieno, I think is a comrade on these streets of a very long time, and I was happy to actually listen through the entire discussion. I think same to Professor Romanus Opio, who is also my lecturer and colleague out here in the planning profession. My vice chair, Mushiri, Christine, I think that was powerful, and also architect Ade, I think we've not met, but I'm sure we'll meet one of these 5 days. And lastly, I think to Robin Emerson, I think she forgot to say she's also a co-author of Building in Kenya. I think those were very powerful presentations. I think we've the audience has really immensely benefited from this. My name is Cyrus Mbisi. I'm also the chair, Town Planners Chapter of the AAK. I'm also the convener of the Urban Thinkers Campus. Remember, this is a partnership between AAK and World Urban Campaign, hosted by UN Habitat. And this is the second edition, actually, hosted by the Architectural Association in conjunction with the UN Habitat. And we've christened it Urban Thinkers Campus 7.0. The previous one was actually a COVID era campaign conducted in 2020. And I think the convener was the immediate past chair of Town Planners Chapter, Planner Juliet Rita. So allow me also, in the spirit of the East African community, ESC, and also in the spirit of finishing strong, take this opportunity to invite our neighbor and also the president of the Uganda Society of Architects, President Dr. Emmanuel Ssinabulya, to make his keynote address. He was coming before the sessions today, but we are bringing him at the end of this session so that we are able to finish strong and also share in his experience and knowledge. So it's my pleasure to invite you, Daktari. Please come on board and make your presentation.
Hello?
Hello, yes.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can, President. Please proceed.
Greetings to all. Hello? Greetings to all. I'll start off by congratulating AAK for putting together this very, very informative UTC. It's not only coming in at a time when we need to check ourselves, to ask ourselves, are we walking the talk, or are we just having this in theory and practicing elsewhere? So I've been listening to the previous presenters and the keynote speakers. And some of the key things that I picked out were in line with what are the issues that are affecting us within the urban dwelling, but also what have been the initiatives to tackle tangible or actionable solutions. So from that departure, I want to share best practices or experiences in Uganda based on that. But if I may, I bring and I convey greetings from the Uganda side of architects. Some of our members are already logged in and have been following. And we have a lot actually to learn from AAK because we've just inaugurated the urbanism chapter, which is benchmarking a lot from AAK. But more so to my submissions, I've been fortunate enough to have practiced in both the tropics, in the what we call the developed Western world, but also in emerging cities. And one of the key things that comes to light is culture plays a big role in the urbanism nomenclature and the fabric that forms what we call as the built environment in the urban. And that said, I would wish to divert and discuss or present a project that I did in my studio did in Kigali, and that was the car-free zone with a South African architect, Peter Rich, in collaboration. And the key thing to note is we started off by wanting to bring not only a pedestrianized street to the city of Kigali, but also to borrow or to pick a leaf from the urban living in Europe. But what we missed out from the word go was the cultures of the people and the way of life of the Rwandese people. So initially we created this car-free zone. It's in the CBD, and it became a dead street. And I don't know if some members here are aware of the culture of people of Rwanda. It's a very introverted society. So we had to create pockets of concentrated gatherings so that it's not only just a street or a promenade of access, but it's a place where people can come to meet up, people can come to network, but also people can come to celebrate how far the city has gone. And how we did that is we're able to do arteries that feed into this car-free zone so that if someone is going shopping, it's a resting place before he continues to go to another shopping arcade. So that if someone is coming from work and is going to the prayer house, because we had a mosque, we had a chapel, and also cathedrals, it became the transition space. And before we knew it, people started picking up and people started liking it. And that goes to say that if you understand the way of life of the people, then it plays a key role in shifting the trend of the urbanism living to what is meant for the people, meaning a people-centric urban initiative. And then the other example I would wish to share is we have a street in Kampala called Bombo Road. And initially, they created a small park there, city park, and was supposed to serve the public. But the problem with the park, it was very close to the High Court. It was very close to the Central Police Station. And also it was very close to key government installations. So there was a security risk. And this actually happened at the time when we're having a lot of insurgencies with a rebel outfit called ADF. So the park, instead of serving the people, the urban dwellers, it became a place of looking out for gatherings that may be an insecurity threat. And then later on, when the cry came out from the city dwellers and urban life activists, they refrained a bit on the closure of the park, but then came the elections, and now a law was passed, which comes which brings the point of the policies that form the use of the space can make or kill the use of the space. And there was a law that was passed that any gathering of more than 5 people, you need clearance from the police or any judicial system. And that meant that if people were to go have a picnic in the park, they had to get formal approval from the police or concerned authorities. So that limited the use of the park. So when you combine those two things, the policies that form the use of the spaces, the urban built environment, and also the culture of the people, it goes a long way in deciding the direction our urban centers are going to take. So it's not a matter of just picking ideas that this is working in Netherlands. Let's bring cycling to our city. Let's start off by understanding the urban fabric, the cultures, and the policies. And the policies, it may not stop at understanding them, but let us become policymakers. Let us join parliament. Let us be the movers and shakers of these policies, so that when something is tabled, we have a voice and someone can listen to us. Thank you very much. I'll take it at that.
Thank you very much, President Dr. Emmanuel, for those educative and important insights into the urbanization. I think I can't fail to see where you put the place of the urban fabric and the culture, really, as the mark which we finalize our designs or upon which now we get informed on how we proceed in planning and designing our urban living, because these are the lives that we are going to have going into the future. So I think, allow me, to thank you most sincerely from the Governing Council of Architectural Association of Kenya, and on behalf of the AK President, Architect Wilson Mugambi. I think we are happy to have you attend this important event in our calendar. And I think the Urban Thinkers Campus, we've conceived it as a place of actually ideas, of thought leaders, of opinion leaders, of all opinion of shape and color. To come on board and let's build a broad coalition. I think the challenge of urbanization, the challenge of our time, no one can do it alone. And I think that's why we call upon all the different stakeholders. And we're happy, from the first day, when we launched this Urban Thinkers Campus, we'll be joined by people in government, people in private sector, people in community-based organizations, people in development partners, UN organizations and all that. And I think they've helped us really build this conversation and even enrich it further. And I think now what begins is for us to put all that together that we focus now on how do we even assess progress? How do we measure change? How do we know that we are listening and we are taking every thought, every idea, every strategy that has been brought on board importantly, and we value it so that now we are able to realize the change going forward. I think allow me then to invite, in closing, invite our Chief Executive Officer at Architectural Association of Kenya. I think without him, we will not be here. He's really expended every resource to ensure that we are supported to really conduct this event. So it's also my pleasure to invite the CEO, Bwana Jacob Mwangi, to make his few remarks before we do the final right for the Urban Thinkers Campus. Welcome, Jacob.
Thank you so much, Planasara Mbisi, and all the speakers who have graced this occasion, the Urban Thinkers Campus for AAK. It has really been a very interesting conversation that we had, and it's coming at a very good time because, as you know, we've just come out of an election as a country, and we are all optimistic that we are going to have better times ahead. And there's no better time than now for us to start putting together and sharpening our skills to be able to lobby the government to make the change that we need to improve the built environment in the country. And I also see this as a conversation that we've had for a long time. This year has been, I would call it the theme for the association this year. If you recall, we had an annual convention in July this year. And the conversation that we had there, the theme that we had there really matches what we have had, the conversation that we've been having in this Urban Thinkers Campus. So it's really a conversation and a theme, a thematic area that needs a lot of attention, both from the private sector as well as ourselves as a professional association and members. I would also say that as an association, we are getting more and more active in this kind of conversations. If you've been following us, you know that we've been having some Twitter chats in the recent past, something that will continue, very vibrant conversations that we had, because these are the places that we are able to sharpen, to shape our lines of thoughts, and also to have conversations that, you know, will benefit from the experiences that we have had as professionals in the industry. Mine is to thank you all for joining this discussion over the 3 days that we've had the campus. It's really been an honor to have had the kind of delegates and visitors during this Thinkers Campus. We've been honored actually to have some presidents of associations out there, including our keynote speakers, the president for the UIA, Jose Luis. We had the president of the Commonwealth Association of Architects, Peter Obon. We've just had listened to the president of the Uganda Society of Architects, Dr. Ssinabulya. Not forgetting the president of IFLA, the International Federation of Landscape Architects, who made a presentation earlier to this campus. As you may know, next year we're going to be hosting the IFLA World Congress together with the Architects Sweden during the month of September. So definitely we'll be inviting all of you to be joining us. We'll be seeing more and more communications from the association in the coming weeks. I also just want to take this chance to thank all of you again. The speakers, the distinguished speakers and panelists who've been part of these conversations over the last 2 weeks or so. They really brought a lot of issues to the table, brought a lot of experiences that you've had during your practice years, and that definitely will be helping us as we continue with our advocacy activities as an association. I mean, these issues related about from managing our urbanization, urban mobility, healthy homes, which is a key thing for the association during this year. We'll be doing something about healthy homes in the coming 2 weeks or so. Thanking also our partners, of course, the UN Habitat, our key partners, and the World Urban Campaign, and of course, the other associations that I mentioned, CAA, UIA, IFLA, and of course, the Uganda Society of Architects who've been part of these conversations during this Urban Thinkers Campus. And also, I must thank the leadership of the AAK, led by our president, Wilson Mugambi. He's not able to join us this time, but must thank them for leading this campaign, and of course providing resources to enable us to be able to deliver it satisfactorily for the consumption. And I must also thank my colleagues in the office, Michelle Uma, Oloa Thiambo, who have very ably run this campaign, of course supported by Cynthia Nthenya and my colleague Christine Mora, who have made this possible. As indicated earlier, we're going to publish the report for this campaign in the coming weeks. So please be on the lookout. It will be posted on our website and of course circulated to through our social media platforms and of course to our members by email. So again, thank you so much and wishing you all the best, and look forward to for you to join us again in the next Urban Thinkers Campus. Asanteni sana and be blessed.
Oh my, sorry, I keep forgetting this thing. Thank you all so much for participating in this Urban Thinkers Campus and for always joining us in all our ventures. We will keep the conversation going. As mentioned, we will work fast to prepare the reports that can be shared for easy follow-up. Thank you for all the support. We are done with our Urban Thinkers 7.0. Watch out for our inviting you for us to share the declaration from this session. With that, I beg to close the Urban Thinkers Campus. You have been an amazing audience. We have had top tier panelists, and we will work for something to come out of this. Kwaherini.